Imagine if every decision you made came from a place of wisdom, calm, and control. Imagine facing life's chaos not with fear, but with clarity. Waking up every day, not anxious or scattered, but steady, because you know who you are and you know what matters. But let me ask you honestly, how often do you feel overwhelmed, lost in emotion, pulled in every direction by things you can't control? That's where Stoicism comes in. Stoicism is not just a philosophy, it's a way of life, a set of timeless principles to help you stay grounded, think clearly, and act with purpose, no matter what life throws at you. And today, you're going to hear 100 Stoic laws that can completely change how you see the world. These aren't just quotes, they are tools, mental armor. The more you hear them, the deeper they will sink into your mind. And the more they sink in, the stronger, calmer, and more focused you become. So listen closely. Let each law shape your thoughts, your choices, your actions. But first, I want you to make a promise to yourself. Write in the comments, I am in control. You're not just typing words, you're starting a shift, a new mindset. Every time you repeat it, you're training your brain to respond, not react, to choose strength over weakness, calm over chaos. So write it down now, and let's begin. Absolutely. Here's number 1. Train yourself to love discomfort, not just endure it rewritten in the same exact style and tone as your original example, using simple English and approximately 360 words. Number 1. Train yourself to love discomfort, not just endure it. Discomfort is not something to fear. It's something to train for. Most people avoid it. They stay in their comfort zones because it feels safe, easy, familiar. But that comfort, it's a trap. It keeps you weak. It keeps you stuck. It tells you, stay here, it's good enough, even when you know you're capable of more. But here's the truth. Growth only happens in discomfort. Strength only shows up when things get hard. And your mind only becomes powerful when it faces resistance and keeps going anyway. The Stoics didn't just survive pain, they practiced it. They welcomed challenges so they could become stronger. Epictetus lost his freedom, walked with pain, and still chose to rise every single day. Not because he liked suffering, but because he understood. Discomfort builds discipline. You can't build a strong body without stress. You can't build a strong mind without struggle. So don't just endure hard things, learn to appreciate them. Train yourself to lean into the pain, the boredom, the awkwardness, the resistance. Start simple. Take the stairs, sit in silence, do the extra rep, speak when you're nervous. Wake up earlier than you need to. Delay the reward. Face the fear. Not because you have to, but because this is how you grow. Every time you choose discomfort on purpose, you're proving to yourself that you are in control. Not your mood, not your fear, not your laziness. You are. And when things get tough, and they will, you'll be ready. Not surprised, not broken, ready. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, life will bring pain, insults, loss, pressure. You can't stop that, but you can prepare. And that preparation starts with choosing discomfort before it chooses you. So don't run from it. Don't wait for it. Train for it. Love it. Because every time you step into discomfort, you step closer to the strongest version of yourself. Number 2, choose frugality even when abundance is available. In a world that constantly tells you to want more, buy more, and chase more, Choosing less is a powerful act. Frugality isn't about being poor, it's about being free. It's about knowing that you don't need everything to live a good life, you just need enough. And the truth is, most people are not controlled by need, but by desire, by comparison, by ego. The Stoics knew this well. They didn't wait to be forced into simplicity. They chose it, even when they had access to more. Marcus Aurelius was emperor of Rome. He had gold, palaces, servants. But he practiced simplicity in food, in clothing, in daily life. Not because he had to, because he wanted to stay in control, because he didn't want luxury to become a chain. When you live simply, you train your mind to be strong. You learn to be grateful. You stop needing more to feel happy. And when the world takes something away, as it always does, you don't panic, because you were never relying on it in the first place. So ask yourself, do you really need all the things you chase, or have you just been taught to want them? Frugality is not weakness, it's strength. It's choosing water over wine, silence over noise, enough over excess. It's saying, I could have more, but I don't need it. That is real power. Start small. Spend less than you earn. Choose value over brand. Save before you spend. Cut what doesn't matter so you can focus on what does. Don't live to impress. Live to be free. Seneca, one of the richest men in Rome, used to sleep on the floor once a month. He ate the simplest food, wore rough clothes, and reminded himself, "This is what I fear. This is what I try so hard to avoid." He trained himself to be ready for anything by choosing less, even when he had more. So choose frugality. Not because you're forced to, because it sharpens you, it grounds you, it frees you. Because when you stop needing more, you finally realize you already have enough. Number 3, ignore praise like you ignore insults. Most people chase praise and run from insults. They let compliments lift them up and criticism tear them down. But both are dangerous if you let them control you. Because the moment your value depends on what others say, good or bad, you are no longer free. You've given your peace away. The Stoics taught us something powerful. Don't be moved by words. Don't let praise make you arrogant or soft. Don't let insults make you bitter or broken. Be steady. Be rooted in who you are, not in what others think you are. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Receive wealth or prosperity without arrogance, and be ready to let it go." The same applies to praise. Accept it without attachment. Hear it, but don't let it define you. Because the truth is, people praise you today and forget you tomorrow. They lift you up one moment and criticize you the next. So why let your peace swing like a door in the wind? If someone compliments your work, be thankful, but don't crave more. If someone insults your effort, reflect on it, but don't fall apart. Stay balanced. Respond with reason, not emotion. This doesn't mean you should be cold or ignore feedback. It means you should build a strong enough mind that you can hear anything, flattery or insult, and stay steady. Think of a mountain. The wind may blow, storms may come, but the mountain doesn't move. Be that mountain. Start practicing now. When someone praises you, say thank you, but remind yourself, this doesn't make me better. When someone criticizes you, ask, is this true? If yes, learn from it. If no, let it pass like a leaf in the wind. Remember, your character is not built by compliments. It's built by discipline, by actions, by quiet strength. So don't seek approval. Don't fear judgment. Do what is right. Not for praise, not out of fear, but because it aligns with your principles. Ignore praise like you ignore insults. Keep your head down, stay focused, and let your work speak for itself. Number 4. Practice going unnoticed. Attention weakens the soul. In today's world, everyone wants to be seen, to be liked, to be followed. People chase attention like it's oxygen, thinking that visibility means value. But it doesn't. In fact, the more you crave the spotlight, the more you depend on it. And when your worth depends on being noticed, you're no longer in control, others are. The Stoics believed the opposite of what the world teaches today. They didn't seek applause, they didn't perform for approval. They aimed to live with virtue, not recognition. True strength, they knew, is quiet. It doesn't shout. It doesn't need to be admired. It just is. So practice this. Do something great and tell no one. Help someone and don't expect thanks. Make progress in silence. Grow without needing to post about it. Because when you stop needing to be seen, you start seeing yourself more clearly. Attention can poison your mind. It feeds your ego. It whispers lies like, "You're only worthy if they notice you," or "You're only successful if people clap." But the truth is, the most solid things in life are invisible. Self-respect, discipline, integrity. These don't make headlines, but they shape who you are. Seneca said, "Withdraw into yourself as far as you can." He wasn't telling you to hide from life. He was telling you to stop living through the eyes of others. The soul grows strong in solitude, in silence, in doing the right thing when no one is watching. So train yourself to go unnoticed, to do good work in the dark, to walk past praise and criticism like they don't belong to you, because they don't. Not everything needs to be shared. Not every moment needs an audience. Some of the most powerful growth happens in private, far from the noise. When you stop chasing attention, you free your soul. You stop performing. You stop proving. You just live. And that is rare. That is powerful. So let others chase likes, followers, and praise. You chase excellence in silence. Build strength quietly. And let your life, not your noise, do the talking. Number 5. Disrupt your habits to prove you're not their slave. Habits are powerful. They shape your days, your decisions, your destiny. But even good habits, if left unchecked, can become cages. They can quietly take control, turning into routines you follow without thinking. And when you do something just because it's what I always do, you stop choosing and start obeying. The Stoics warned us, never let anything, even your own routines, become your master. You must remain the one in control, the one who chooses, the one who can stop, shift, or change course at will. So, test yourself. Disrupt your habits on purpose. Skip the coffee. Take a different route. Break your schedule. Pause a routine that feels automatic. Not to punish yourself, but to prove to yourself that you are free. Because here's the truth. Anything you can't stop is ruling you. And the more attached you are to your comforts and patterns, the easier it is to forget your power. That's why the Stoics practiced letting go, why they welcomed discomfort, why they broke their own routines. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." That includes your habits. They should serve you, not the other way around. This doesn't mean habits are bad. Discipline is good, structure is powerful, but it must be chosen, not automatic. You must stay sharp, aware, awake. Because freedom means being able to act with intention, not just by reflex. So try it. Eat something simpler. Delay your usual reward. Work out at a different time. Go without something you need. Feel the discomfort and smile. That's your independence getting stronger. Even small disruptions remind you that you are not a machine. You are a thinker, a chooser, a master of your life. Don't be a slave to routine. Be a warrior of awareness. Remember this: you control the habit. The habit doesn't control you. And the moment you prove that, even in small ways, you reclaim your freedom. So from time to time, break the pattern. Feel the pull and step the other way. That's how you stay free. That's how you stay strong. Number 6, don't let consistency become complacency. Consistency is powerful. It builds habits. It creates structure. It helps you grow step by step, day by day. But here's the danger no one talks about. Consistency can turn into complacency if you're not careful. When you repeat the same actions every day, your mind can go on autopilot. You stop thinking, you stop improving, you say, "I'm doing enough," and you settle. That's not discipline anymore. That's comfort disguised as progress. The Stoics never told us to stay still. They told us to stay sharp. They warned against drifting through life just because things seem fine. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily not to waste the gift of life through lazy routine. He didn't want to just repeat actions. He wanted to be present in them, aware, intentional. So ask yourself, are you truly showing up each day with purpose or just going through the motions? There's a big difference between momentum and stagnation. One moves you forward. The other keeps you stuck, even if it feels productive on the surface. You might wake up early, go to the gym, write in your journal, check all the boxes, but without awareness, without hunger, it becomes a checklist, not a challenge. Challenge is what makes you grow. So yes, stay consistent. But within that consistency, always push, always reflect, always aim for better. Do your workout, but do it with effort. Read your book, but absorb every word. Meditate, but don't just sit. Breathe, focus, be there. The moment you stop questioning yourself, you stop improving. The moment you say, "This is good enough," you lower your standard. And when your standards drop, so does your strength. Seneca warned that a comfortable life leads to a soft soul. Don't let routine lull you into sleep. Keep your edge. So don't just be consistent. Be awake in your consistency. Be sharp. Be active. Be hungry. Let your habits serve you, but don't serve your habits. Discipline is not about repeating. It's about rising. Stay consistent, but never, ever become complacent. Number 7, deny yourself identity. Labels are prisons. People love labels. They want to be something, to be called something. I'm a winner. I'm a leader. I'm an artist. I'm a failure. They cling to titles, roles, personalities, as if those words are who they really are. But labels are not freedom. They're cages. Once you wear a label, you start living for it. You stop growing and start performing. The Stoics knew this. They didn't ask, "Who am I?" They asked, "What am I doing right now? Is it good? Is it just? Is it wise?" That's what mattered. Not the name, not the image, not the brand. Because here's the truth. The more tightly you hold on to an identity, the more fragile you become. If you call yourself strong, what happens when you feel weak? If you call yourself successful, what happens when you fail? If your worth is tied to a label, life only needs to shake it a little to break you. Let go of the need to be someone. Focus on being no one, so you can become anything. Be disciplined, not a disciplined person. Speak with honesty, not because that's who you are, but because it's right. Let your actions speak for themselves, and when the moment calls for change, change. When the moment calls for humility, drop the ego. Marcus Aurelius was the most powerful man in the world, but to him, he was just a man, a servant of reason, a student of life, not a king, not a god, just someone trying to do the right thing, moment by moment. Strip off your labels. Don't be trapped by introvert, extrovert, failure, genius, athlete, creator. These are just words, not limits, not truths, just names we give to things that are always changing. So when someone asks, "Who are you?" answer with your actions. Answer with your choices, not with a word, but with a life. Because identity is not something you wear, it's something you live. And the moment you let go of the need to be labeled, you free yourself to grow, evolve, and become what the moment demands. Deny yourself identity and become unstoppable. Number 7. Deny yourself identity. Labels are prisons. The world will try to name you. It will hand you labels: smart, weak, shy, bold, victim, leader, failure, winner. Some will feel good, others will hurt. But all of them are traps if you start believing that's all you are. Even the positive ones. Because the moment you accept a label as your identity, you limit yourself. You shrink your potential down to a single word, a fixed role, a static image. And worst of all, you start living to protect that image instead of growing beyond it. The Stoics didn't care for labels. They didn't say, "I am this," or "I am that." They said, "I am a human being with reason. I aim to live with virtue. That is enough." Marcus Aurelius never bragged about being emperor. He reminded himself that titles mean nothing. Only actions do. You are not your name, your job, your past, your personality type, or your followers. You are what you choose to do today. That's it. So strip the labels off. Deny the box. Don't say, "I'm just this way." That's an excuse. That's fear wearing a mask. Instead, be flexible. Be free. Be the kind of person who can change when needed, adapt when challenged, grow when tested. That's what strength looks like. Because every label, good or bad, becomes a prison when you cling to it. You start living for the label, not for truth. You stop asking, "What's right?" and start asking, "What fits my identity?" Let it go. Don't define yourself. Discover yourself again and again. And when someone tries to tell you who you are, pause. Ask yourself, is this truth or just another cage? You don't need to carry every label. You don't need to be understood. You need to be free. You need to be disciplined. You need to be honest with yourself. So deny identity. Deny the comfort of being boxed in, and choose instead to live by principle, not by image. That is what the Stoics did, and that is what the strong still do. Number 8. Refuse to tell stories about your pain. Everyone suffers. Everyone has wounds. Everyone carries something heavy inside. But strength isn't found in repeating the story of your pain. It's found in refusing to be ruled by it. Most people turn their suffering into an identity. They tell the story over and over again. What happened, who hurt them, how unfair life was. And the more they repeat it, the deeper it digs into them. It becomes who they are, not just what they went through. The Stoics saw this clearly. Pain is real, but it doesn't have to define you. Epictetus lost everything. He was born a slave, beaten, mocked, crippled. But he didn't spend his life talking about it. He spent it building his mind, strengthening his soul, teaching others how to rise above the past. Because the truth is this: when you stop telling the story, the pain loses power. You stop being a victim. You start being free. This doesn't mean you bury your feelings. It means you stop feeding them. You stop letting them control your future. You stop using them as a reason not to grow. Pain is a teacher. Learn from it, then let it go. When you constantly speak of your suffering, you stay stuck in it. You keep yourself in the moment you should have left behind. But when you fall silent and move forward with action, that's when healing really begins. The world will invite you to share, to vent, to express. But not all expression leads to strength. Some keeps you in the wound. Stoics didn't vent. They transformed. They took pain and turned it into discipline, clarity, purpose. So ask yourself, do I need to talk about this, or do I need to rise above it? You don't have to forget what happened. Just don't let it become your name. Your story is not your scars. Your story is your steps. So stop telling the pain. Start walking the path. Quietly, powerfully. Forward. Number 9. Sleep on the floor once a month, just to stay ready. You live in comfort. A soft bed, a warm room, clean sheets, pillows fluffed just right. And there's nothing wrong with that, until comfort becomes something you can't live without. That's when it turns from a gift into a weakness, from a choice into a crutch. The Stoics knew this. That's why they practiced hardship on purpose. Seneca, one of the richest men in Rome, slept on the floor. He wore rough clothes. He ate plain food, not because he had to, but because he chose to. He asked himself, "Is this what I fear?" And every time he answered, "I can handle this," he became stronger. When you sleep on the floor, you remind yourself that you can survive without luxury. You teach your body to be okay with less. You train your mind not to panic when life gets harder, because you've already been there by choice. Once a month, clear the bed. Lay down a blanket. Feel the cold, the hardness, the silence. It will be uncomfortable. That's the point. You're reminding yourself, I don't need perfect conditions to rest. I don't need comfort to have peace. I am stronger than that. This simple act keeps your ego in check. It humbles you, it grounds you, and most of all, it prepares you. Because life will throw you on the floor eventually. Maybe not literally, but in spirit. You'll lose something, face a setback, wake up to a new reality. And when that day comes, you won't break. You'll remember, I've been here before, and I'm still standing. Comfort is not the goal. Resilience is. Power is. Peace is. And peace doesn't come from a soft mattress. It comes from a trained mind. So make it a ritual. Once a month. No excuses. Sleep on the floor. Let it teach you. Let it strip away your need for comfort. Let it build the quiet confidence that no matter where life puts you, you will adapt. The floor is not a punishment. It's a reminder. You are not your comfort. You are your courage. Number 10. Own fewer opinions. Not every thought needs to be said. Not every topic needs your voice. In a world that rewards noise and reaction, silence has become rare and powerful. Most people today have an opinion about everything. Politics, people, headlines, strangers, trends. They speak before thinking. They argue before understanding. They defend positions they barely even chose, just to feel right, just to feel seen. But the Stoic path is different. The Stoic path is quiet, careful, and disciplined. Owning fewer opinions doesn't mean you stop thinking. It means you stop clinging. You stop reacting to everything like it's your duty to speak. It's not. Epictetus said, "Only the educated are free." And part of being educated is knowing when to hold your tongue. Knowing that silence doesn't mean weakness, it means strength under control. When you form too many opinions, your mind becomes cluttered. You lose focus. You waste time defending things that don't matter. You get pulled into arguments that drain you, distract you, and make you forget your purpose. But when you narrow your focus, when you only speak about what you've thought through, what you've lived, what truly matters, you sharpen your mind. You protect your energy. You earn respect. So try this. The next time you hear something you disagree with, pause. The next time you feel the urge to speak, wait. Ask yourself, is this necessary? Is it wise? Or is it just ego wanting to be heard? Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire, yet reminded himself often, "You always own the option of having no opinion." Imagine that, the most powerful man in the world, choosing silence over pride. Fewer opinions, more understanding, fewer reactions, more peace. Fewer words, more clarity. You don't need to win every argument. You don't need to judge every situation. You don't need to share every thought. Discipline your mind by disciplining your mouth. Be slow to speak, be quick to listen, and let your actions, not your opinions, show who you are. Because strength isn't loud, it's calm, it's focused, it's quiet. Own fewer opinions, and you'll own more of yourself. Number 11. Every desire is a teacher in disguise. Desire isn't just a feeling, it's a message. Every time you want something, comfort, approval, pleasure, recognition, it's telling you something about yourself. Most people never stop to ask what that something is. They just chase the feeling. They follow the urge. And slowly, without knowing it, they become slaves to it. The Stoics taught the opposite. They didn't see desire as something to blindly follow. They saw it as something to study, to question, to understand. They asked, "Why do I want this? Where is this leading me? Is this desire helping me grow, or is it pulling me away from who I want to be?" Every desire is a test, a mirror, a chance to learn. When you crave luxury, ask yourself, do I really need this? Or am I trying to impress someone? When you hunger for praise, ask, is my worth tied to their approval? When you want to escape discomfort, ask, what am I running from? Desire is not always wrong, but it's never neutral. It either builds you or weakens you. That's why you must observe it, not obey it. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, you are not what you feel. You are what you do with what you feel. Desires come and go, but your choices, they shape your soul. So next time desire rises up, pause. Don't react. Study it. What does it reveal? What does it expose? What part of you is still untrained? Let desire teach you. Let it show you your attachments, your fears, your ego. Let it lead you back to discipline, back to purpose, back to truth. Because once you start using your desires as lessons, you stop being controlled by them. You stop chasing every feeling. You start leading your life with wisdom, not impulse. Remember, desire will knock on your door every day, but you get to choose whether you answer with weakness or with awareness. So listen carefully. Every desire has something to teach. If you're willing to pay attention, it can guide you, not to more craving, but to more clarity. Number 12. Thoughts are guests. Don't offer them wine.
Not every thought that enters your mind deserves your time. Not every worry, fear, or memory needs to be entertained. Thoughts come and go, like visitors. Some stay for a moment, others try to take over. But the Stoic knows you don't have to serve them, feed them, or let them take control. Your mind is your house. You are the gatekeeper. Just because a thought knocks on the door doesn't mean you invite it in, sit it down, and pour it a glass of wine. A painful memory? Let it pass. A flash of anger? Let it pass. A sudden fear about tomorrow? Let it pass. Observe the thought, but don't become the thought. Epictetus said, "It's not what happens that upsets you, but how you think about it." And most of the time, what hurts us is not the thing, it's the story we keep replaying. We take a passing thought and we feed it. We give it wine, we talk with it, we believe it's real. That's when it takes over. That's when peace disappears. But what if you didn't do that? What if you simply watched the thought come in and let it walk right back out? The Stoics trained for this. They didn't try to stop thoughts from coming. They trained not to be ruled by them. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." So next time a negative thought shows up, don't panic. Don't fight. Just watch. Say to yourself, "That's just a thought. It's not truth. It's not me." And move on. Don't give every thought attention. Don't give every emotion a seat at your table.
Some thoughts will tempt you. Some will try to scare you. Some will flatter your ego. Let them pass. Don't pour them wine. Don't make them feel at home. Your mind is sacred. Keep it clear. Keep it disciplined. Keep it free. Thoughts are guests. Let them knock. Let them leave. But never hand them the keys. Number 13. Train your imagination to stop before it spirals. Your mind is powerful. It can create ideas, build plans, solve problems. But left unchecked, it can also destroy your peace. One thought becomes two. Two become 10. And before you know it, you're living in a future that hasn't happened, or a past that you can't change. This is the danger of an untrained imagination. It turns possibilities into fears. It creates stories full of worst-case scenarios, what-ifs, and things that probably won't ever happen. And it all feels real, because your brain doesn't know the difference between imagination and reality. The Stoics warned us about this. They didn't say, "Don't think." They said, "Think clearly, think deliberately, and know when to stop." Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "Today, I will face hardship, selfishness, and pain. But none of that has power over my mind unless I give it permission." Your imagination is not the enemy, but it must be trained. Otherwise, it spirals. It turns a small problem into a disaster, a delay into failure, a silence into rejection, and most of the time, it's all fiction. So what can you do? Catch the first thought. That's the key. When the worry starts, pause. When the what-if shows up, ask, "Is this happening right now?" When your mind starts writing a story, stop and come back to the facts. The facts are usually simple. You're alive. You're breathing. The room is quiet.
The danger is not real, it's imagined. Train yourself to return to the present, to what's in front of you, to what you can control. That's the Stoic way. Not to avoid fear, but to cut it off before it grows. Practice this daily. Observe your thoughts. Question your stories. Breathe. Interrupt the spiral before it takes hold. Because the strongest mind is not the one that thinks the most, it's the one that knows when to stop. So next time your imagination runs wild, don't follow it. Lead it. Bring it back. Take control. Your peace is worth protecting, and it starts by training your mind to stay here, now, steady. Number 14. Laugh when you catastrophize. It shrinks the storm. Your mind is powerful, but it can also be dramatic. One small problem becomes a disaster. One challenge becomes the end of the world. A delay, a mistake, a change in plans, and suddenly your thoughts spiral. What if this ruins everything? What if I fail? What if it never gets better? This is catastrophizing. It's when the mind takes a small crack and imagines the whole structure collapsing. And if you don't catch it, it will control you. But here's the secret the Stoics knew. You don't fight the storm by panicking. You shrink it by changing how you see it. Laugh, not to dismiss it, not to ignore it, but to break its spell. Marcus Aurelius faced war, betrayal, disease, and yet he reminded himself, you don't have to turn this into something more than it is. That's the trick. When your mind starts spinning worst-case scenarios, smile. Say, there it goes again. Say, nice try. Say, this isn't life ending, this is life happening. Laughter brings distance. It reminds you that your thoughts are not facts, that your imagination isn't reality, that you're stronger than the story in your head. Try it. The next time your mind says, everything's falling apart, smile and say, no, it's just not going my way today. When you miss a deadline, get stuck in traffic, or make a mistake, laugh lightly. Remind yourself, this isn't a tragedy. This is life doing what it does. The Stoics didn't panic. They paused. They examined the fear, stripped it of drama, and responded with calm. You can do the same. Don't feed the spiral. Don't add lightning and thunder to a passing cloud. Shrink the storm by calling it what it is, just a moment, just a thought, just a feeling. And sometimes the best way to do that is to laugh. A calm smile is stronger than 1,000 worries. So laugh, not because everything is fine, but because you refuse to let fear write the script. That's Stoic strength. That's control. That's freedom. Number 15. Visualize losing everything, including yourself. It sounds dark. It sounds extreme. But it's one of the most powerful Stoic practices there is. Imagine, right now, losing everything you love, your home, your comfort, your position, your family, your health, even your life. Not to scare yourself, but to prepare your soul. To remind yourself of one simple truth. Nothing is promised, and nothing truly belongs to you. The Stoics called this premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of loss. They didn't do it to feel pain. They did it to build strength, to stop taking life for granted, to stop clinging so tightly, to learn how to let go, even before life forces you to. We walk through life assuming tomorrow will come, that the people we love will always be there, that our body will keep working, that the roof over our head will still be there when we wake up. But the truth is, all of it can disappear in a moment, and pretending it won't protect you, it'll blind you. So practice letting go now, in your mind, every day. Close your eyes and imagine, today is your last day. What would you do differently? Who would you forgive? What would stop mattering instantly? Now imagine losing something you deeply love, not to cause suffering, but to wake up, to remember that nothing is truly yours. You are only borrowing it, your time, your things, even your body. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do, say, and think." That's not fear, that's freedom. Because once you've accepted the worst, nothing can shake you. Once you've looked loss in the eye, gratitude becomes natural. Petty worries fade, and every simple moment becomes a gift. So visualize the loss, not to live in sorrow, but to live in awareness, in appreciation, in presence. You're not doing this to be morbid, you're doing it to be alive, fully, deeply, truthfully alive. And when the real losses come, and they will, you won't be destroyed. You'll be ready, steady, grateful. Because you practiced what most people avoid, facing the truth and living with your eyes wide open. Number 16. Question urgency. It's often ego in disguise. Not everything needs to be done right now. Not every message needs a reply. Not every decision needs to be rushed. But the moment urgency shows up, your heart races, your breathing tightens, and your mind screams, "Move, fix it, hurry." Pause. That feeling? It's not always wisdom. Often it's just ego, dressed up as importance. The Stoics knew this well. They didn't let panic control their choices. They trained themselves to slow down, to think, to ask, "Is this urgent? Or does it just feel urgent because my pride is involved?" Because urgency often comes from fear. Fear of falling behind, fear of being judged, fear of losing status. You rush to respond, not because it truly matters, but because you want to protect your image. You want to prove your worth. That's ego. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, if you seek tranquility, do less. But not just doing less. Do what matters, and do it with calm. If something must be done, it can be done without rushing, without panic, without feeding the fire inside you. So next time you feel the pressure to move fast, ask yourself, what's the cost of waiting a few minutes, a few hours, a day? More often than not, the answer is nothing. And in that space, clarity returns. You stop reacting. You start choosing. Urgency says, act now or else. Wisdom says, let me see clearly first. Slow is not weak. Slow is deliberate. It's thoughtful. It's controlled. Train yourself to delay your response. Let the email wait. Let the phone ring. Let the problem breathe. Observe how quickly your ego wants to take the lead, and gently take the lead back. You're not here to live on a ticking clock. You're here to live with purpose. So when urgency shows up, don't bow to it. Question it. If it's real, act with strength. If it's ego, let it go. That's Stoic action, not fast, not frantic, but firm, clear, and calm. Number 17. Reflect daily on what your future self would regret today. Every day you make choices. Some small, some big. Most of them feel ordinary. What time you wake up, what you eat, how you spend your hours, what you avoid. But over time, those small choices shape the course of your entire life. And one day, you will look back on them. The question is, will you be proud or will you regret? The Stoics knew the value of reflection, not just to feel wise, but to stay on course. Seneca said, "Let us prepare our minds as if we'd come to the very end." In other words, live today in a way your future self will thank you for, not in fear, but in truth. So ask yourself each day, if I keep living like this, where will it take me? If I avoid that hard conversation again, what will it cost me? If I scroll instead of study, sleep in instead of train, delay instead of act, how will that feel in 5 years, in 10? Your future self is watching, quietly, waiting to see what you choose today. Build that habit. Pause at the end of the day. Reflect. What did I do today that moved me forward? What did I avoid? What would the older, wiser version of me wish I had done differently? And don't just ask, adjust. Apologize if you must. Fix what you can, and commit to doing better tomorrow. The Stoics didn't wait until life hit them with regret. They trained for it in advance. They imagined their death, not to be morbid, but to sharpen their time. They pictured their old age, not to fear it, but to honor the present. This isn't about perfection. It's about direction. So take 5 minutes, sit in silence. Ask, what would my future self regret if I wasted today? Then use the answer. Let it guide your next move. Let it shape your priorities. Because the best way to avoid regret later is to listen to it now before it's too late. Choose wisely. Your future is being written today. Number 18. Let the bad thought finish, then walk away. A bad thought enters your mind. Maybe it's fear. Maybe it's jealousy. Maybe it's doubt, anger, or a memory that still stings. You feel it rising like a storm, filling your chest, tightening your jaw. Your instinct is to fight it, push it down, or panic. But the Stoics offer you another path. Don't resist it. Don't react. Just watch it. Let it finish. Let it say what it wants to say. Let it play out, quietly, like a movie in your mind. And when it's done, when it loses power because you didn't feed it, walk away. The more you fight a thought, the more it fights back. But if you simply observe it, without judgment, it burns itself out. It's like fire without fuel. It flickers, then fades. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this and you will find strength." That includes power over what thoughts stay and which ones you leave behind. You don't have to wrestle every fear. You don't have to believe every dark idea that shows up in your head. Some thoughts are just echoes, old programming, triggers. They come, but they don't have to stay. So when the voice says, "You're not good enough," let it speak. Let it run its tired script. Then, calmly, without drama, walk away. Don't argue. Don't explain. Just leave. That is control. That is mastery. You are not your thoughts. You are the one who watches, the one who chooses which thoughts to water and which to ignore. You are not the storm. You are the sky. So practice this. The next time a bad thought visits, give it space to pass. Let it finish. And when it has nothing left to say, don't clap back. Don't dwell. Just walk away. Silently, powerfully, stoically. Because true strength is not shouting over the noise, it's knowing when not to answer at all. Number 19. Speak internally in aphorisms. Your mind is always talking, thought after thought, story after story, most of it noisy, repetitive, and often useless. Worry, doubt, distraction, excuses. If you don't take control of that voice, it controls you. The Stoics understood this, and they found a way to calm the noise. Short, sharp truths. Aphorisms. Aphorisms are simple. Few words, deep meaning, easy to remember, hard to ignore. They're mental armor, tools you carry into every situation, and when used daily, they become your inner compass. Marcus Aurelius filled his journal with them. The obstacle is the way. You have power over your mind, not outside events. It is not death that a man should fear, but never beginning to live. He didn't write these just to sound wise. He wrote them to remind himself of what matters, again and again. Why? Because when life gets loud, you need something louder, not in volume, but in clarity. Train yourself to speak internally in these truths. Don't let your mind spiral. Stop it with a phrase. When you're angry, this is just a moment, stay still. When you want to quit, endure and persist. When you're afraid, if it's outside my control, it's not my problem. These short lines become your anchors, your commands, your way of snapping out of emotion and back into reason. You don't need to write a speech in your head, just a sentence. One line that brings you back to yourself, one phrase that cuts through confusion. Make them yours. Write them, repeat them, memorize the ones that matter. Carry them with you. Speak them when you rise. Speak them when you're tested. Speak them when your mind begins to wander. Because in moments of chaos, you won't always remember a lesson, but you'll remember a phrase. And that one phrase might be the difference between acting with wisdom or reacting with weakness. So choose your inner voice carefully. Train it to be sharp, clear, calm. Let your mind speak like a Stoic, brief, honest, unshakable, few words, strong meaning, right action. Number 20. Don't reason with emotions. Outweight them. When emotions rise, fear, anger, sadness, envy, your first instinct might be to fix them, to argue with them, to solve them right away. But emotions aren't problems to solve. They're weather. They come, they change, they pass. The Stoics knew this. They didn't trust emotions in the moment, not because emotions are evil, but because they're temporary. And making permanent decisions from temporary feelings is how people ruin good days, relationships, and lives. So, when anger rushes in, don't try to argue with it. Don't shout back in your mind. Don't try to explain it away. Just wait, breathe, sit with it, quietly, calmly. Don't feed it, don't fight it, and don't follow it. Let the emotion burn out on its own. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, how much more harmful are the consequences of anger than the anger itself? He knew that reacting to emotions is usually worse than the emotion itself. So, train yourself. Feel the feeling, but don't obey it. Don't text back in rage. Don't speak out of frustration. Don't explain your sadness while it's still raw. Give it time. Even just 10 minutes can make a world of difference. Sit in silence. Go for a walk. Take cold air into your lungs. Let your body calm down, and your mind will follow. Most emotions, when left alone, lose their fire. They shrink. They pass. That's when the thinking returns. That's when you see clearly. Trying to reason with a strong emotion is like arguing with a storm. It doesn't work. You don't control a storm, you wait it out. And when it passes, the road is clear. So stop fighting your feelings, stop explaining them, stop acting on them too quickly. Be still, be patient. Let the emotion come, let it pass. And when it's gone,
Then choose your next move with reason, not reaction. This is Stoic control, not cold, not numb, just wise. Because strength isn't never feeling, it's never being ruled by what you feel. Number 21. Let others misunderstand you. That's their lesson. You will be misunderstood. No matter how clear you speak, how honest you are, how carefully you live, someone will twist your words, doubt your motives, or create their own version of your story. And the natural reaction is to explain, to defend, to prove your side. But the Stoics would ask, why? Why waste your energy convincing people who've already decided who you are? Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Don't waste time arguing what a good man should be one." That's the lesson. Your job is to live with virtue, not to be understood. Your duty is to act with truth, not to be approved. When someone misunderstands you, it reveals more about them than it does about you. Their need to judge, to label, to twist, that's their burden. Let them carry it. You don't need to fix their perception. You need to remain steady in your principles. That's real strength. Not controlling how you are seen, but controlling how you respond. If you chase validation, you become a puppet. If you depend on being understood, you'll be endlessly frustrated. But if you learn to stay calm in the face of misunderstanding, you gain real power. That doesn't mean you become cold or silent. It means you choose your peace over their approval. You choose your values over their opinions. So next time someone gets you wrong, pause. Don't rush to explain. Don't let your ego lead. Just ask yourself, am I living with integrity? If the answer is yes, let the rest go. You don't need to win their opinion. You need to win your own self-respect. Some people will never understand you, and that's okay. Let them talk. Let them assume. Let them miss the point. Because the more calm you stay in the face of misunderstanding, the more clearly you understand yourself. And that's the real lesson, not for them, but for you. Let others misunderstand you. That's their path. Yours is to stay true. Number 22. Disagree without needing to win. Everyone has an opinion. Everyone thinks they're right. And when someone disagrees with you, your first reaction might be to argue harder, to push louder, to prove your point. But here's the truth. Needing to win every argument is not strength. It's insecurity in disguise. The Stoics didn't argue to win. They spoke to understand. They listened more than they reacted. They valued truth over ego. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself often, "If anyone can refute me, show me I'm making a mistake or looking at things from the wrong perspective, I'll gladly change." That's not weakness. That's wisdom. That's control. You don't need to win every disagreement. You don't need to get the last word. You don't need to crush the other person with clever words or loud opinions. What you need is clarity, calm, self-respect. When you disagree, ask yourself, why am I speaking? To learn or to dominate? If it's just to feed your pride, walk away. If it's to grow or help, then speak, but speak with reason, not heat. There's strength in saying, you might be right. There's power in silence. There's discipline in walking away when the discussion becomes about ego, not truth. Let others argue. Let them chase points and praise. You chase virtue, chase understanding, chase peace. Not every disagreement needs a winner. Sometimes the strongest thing you can do is say nothing and let it go, because true confidence doesn't fear being wrong. It doesn't fear someone else disagreeing. It knows that truth doesn't need shouting. It stands on its own. So next time you feel the urge to argue, pause.
Ask yourself, do I want to be right or do I want to stay free? Disagree if you must, but don't get trapped in the need to win. Speak with calm, listen fully, and walk away if peace is more valuable than the point. That's Stoic power. Quiet, focused, unshaken. Number 23. Ignore those who measure life by noise. Some people think the loudest life is the best one. They chase attention, applause, activity. They think being busy means being important. That noise equals success. That if everyone's watching, they must be doing something right. But the Stoics knew better. They knew that a life full of noise often means a mind full of emptiness, that the person constantly talking is often the one running from silence, that the ones who truly know speak less and do more. So here's the truth. Not everything loud has value, not every spotlight means success, and not every quiet life is small. Ignore those who measure life by how many people are watching, how many followers they have, how much they post. That's their game. Let them play it. You're not here to impress. You're here to live with depth. A man shouting about his goals is not stronger than the one working in silence. A person constantly showing off their wins is not wiser than the one building in private. Don't get caught in their volume. Epictetus said, "If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid." That means letting go of the need to be seen. It means choosing quality over attention, peace over performance. Because real growth is quiet, real focus is invisible, and real strength doesn't need to be announced. So ignore the noise, let others chase it, let them shout. You build, reflect, improve, live deliberately. You don't need to speak constantly. You don't need to share everything. You don't need to perform your life for anyone. Measure your life by how still your mind is, by how calm your decisions are, by how little you need to prove yourself. Remember, the loudest room isn't always the wisest one, and the quietest person is often the most certain. Ignore those who measure life by noise, and let your silence speak louder. Number 24. Practice small acts of humiliation. They're inoculations. Nobody wants to feel embarrassed. Nobody wants to look foolish, weak, or exposed. But the more you fear humiliation, the more power it has over you. The Stoics understood this, and they had a strange but powerful practice. Seek it out. On purpose, in small doses, not to suffer, not to punish yourself, but to build immunity. Because when you face little moments of discomfort, when you do something awkward, strange, or beneath your status and survive it, you realize it doesn't kill you. It doesn't define you. It frees you. Epictetus told his students to wear old clothes, eat plain food, and walk the streets in silence. Not because they had to, but because it trained the mind. It reminded them, I am not my image. I am not my pride. I am not what people think. Try it. Say, I don't know, when you don't. Ask a dumb question. Walk instead of driving. Wear something simple. Admit a mistake. Be wrong and let it sit. Feel the heat of embarrassment without rushing to cover it up. That heat? That's strength being forged. Small acts of humiliation are like mental push-ups. They tear down your ego and rebuild calm, clarity, humility. Most people are slaves to their image. They're terrified of what others think. But the Stoic, he's already faced it. He's walked through the fire in small, controlled steps. So when real judgment comes, he doesn't flinch. Marcus Aurelius ruled the Roman Empire. Yet he wrote to himself, "Don't waste energy on what others think. Their praise or their laughter, it's all noise. So inoculate yourself. Don't hide from the awkward moment. Practice it. Because every time you feel the sting of embarrassment and stay standing, you become stronger. And when life throws real shame or failure your way, you'll already be immune. You won't crumble. You'll rise, calm, grounded, and untouched by the opinions of others. That is Stoic courage, built in small, quiet moments. Chosen, practiced, earned. Number 25. Seek no credit. Refuse the receipt. You did the work. You showed up. You helped. You sacrificed. You delivered when others didn't. And now part of you wants to be seen, to be thanked, to be told, "Well done." That's natural. But the Stoic way is different. It says, do the good and walk away. No spotlight, no applause, no receipt. Real virtue needs no credit. Because the moment you start doing good for recognition, it stops being good. It becomes a transaction, a trade. I helped, now notice me. That's not selflessness, that's ego with a mask. The Stoics taught, your reward is the action itself, the peace of knowing you did the right thing. Marcus Aurelius, the Emperor of Rome, reminded himself daily, don't waste time expecting the world to see your goodness, just be good. So when you act quietly. Do what is just because it is just. Help because someone needs help. Give because you can. And then disappear. Let others count favors. Let them track who owes what. You keep no score. And when someone tries to thank you too much or repay you, smile and let it go. You're not here for receipts. You're here to live by principle. This is harder than it sounds. The ego wants credit. It wants to be seen, heard, praised. But discipline means telling the ego, no, that's not why we're here. When you seek no credit, you free yourself from disappointment. You no longer depend on others to validate your goodness. You carry it with you, quietly, like a sword you never have to show, but always have ready. So live like this. Give without claiming. Build without bragging. Do the right thing, then move on to the next right thing. Quiet, strong, untouchable. That's what makes a Stoic different. Not just what they do, but why they do it. So next time your ego says, make sure they notice, don't. Let others keep the spotlight. You keep your soul and walk on. Seek no credit, refuse the receipt, and stay free. Number 26. Listen only to understand, never to reply. Most people don't really listen. They wait for their turn to speak. They nod, they smile, but their mind is already forming an answer, a defense, a comeback. The conversation becomes a battle, not a bridge. And in that rush to reply, they miss everything that matters. The Stoic way is different. To the Stoics, listening was a skill, a practice, a form of discipline. They didn't listen to prove a point. They listened to gain clarity, to understand the person in front of them, to hear what was actually being said, not just what their ego wanted to respond to. Epictetus said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." And he meant it. Because when you truly listen, with your full attention, with no urge to interrupt, you become calm, you become wise, you become free. Listening isn't passive, it's active. It means putting your thoughts aside, even for a moment, to understand someone else fully. Not to agree, not to obey,
just to see clearly. And clarity is power. So practice it. Next time you're in a conversation, catch yourself when your mind starts crafting a reply. Pause, breathe, bring your attention back to the speaker. Focus not just on the words, but on the meaning behind them. What are they really saying? What are they feeling? What truth are they carrying that you might miss if you rush? When you listen only to understand, your ego steps aside. Judgment fades, connection grows, and most of all, you learn. Because people can feel when they're truly being heard. And that kind of presence is rare. It's stoic. It's powerful. You don't need to have the best answer. You don't need to win the conversation. You just need to hear the truth and let that truth shape your next step. So listen, fully, quietly, not to reply, not to impress, just to understand. And in that silence, you'll find strength. Number 27. Don't correct others unless asked twice. You might see someone making a mistake, saying something wrong, acting out of line, believing in an illusion. And part of you wants to jump in, to fix it, to correct them, to show them the right way. But the Stoic asks, why? Is it truly to help them, or is it your ego needing to be right, needing to feel wiser, needing to be the teacher? There is a time for guidance, a time for truth. But truth, when forced, becomes noise. Advice, when pushed, becomes offense. And correction, when unwanted, becomes control. The wise person doesn't speak every time they can. They speak only when it will be heard. Seneca said, "It is more civilized to make fun of life than to bewail it." He meant, don't take every mistake so seriously. Let others stumble. Let them learn. Let them ask. So here's the rule. Don't correct someone unless they ask you twice. The first time they ask, they may just be polite, curious, not ready. Wait. If they return, if they ask again, that's your sign. Now they're open. Now they're seeking. Now your words might land. And when you do speak, be brief, be kind. No lectures, no ego, no "I told you so," just truth, gently given. This practice teaches you just as much as it teaches them. It teaches patience, humility, control. You don't need to fix everything. You don't need to be the expert in every room. Most people aren't looking for answers. They're looking for affirmation. Let them go their way. Let them discover on their own. That's how real change happens, when they are ready. So the next time you feel that urge to correct, to jump in, to set them straight, pause. Ask yourself, did they ask me once or twice? If not, stay quiet. Trust that truth waits, that wisdom returns, that when they are truly ready, they'll ask again, and then your words will have weight. Until then, say nothing. Don't correct others unless asked twice. Let silence be your strength. Number 28. Drop the urge to defend your name. Someone says something about you. It's not true, or maybe it is, but it stings. Your instinct is to jump in, correct them, explain yourself, defend your name. You want to make things right. You want to be seen clearly. You want to protect your image. But ask yourself this: why? Why fight so hard to control what others think? Why let their words steal your peace? The Stoics taught, your name, your reputation, your image, they are not truly yours. They belong to the world, and if your peace depends on them, you are a prisoner to opinions. Epictetus said,
If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. Not because you are foolish, but because the moment you stop needing to defend your name, you become free. Free from chasing praise, free from fear of judgment, free from the noise. Let people misunderstand you. Let them talk. Let them believe what they want. If you know who you are, you don't have to explain it. Marcus Aurelius, Emperor of Rome, had people plotting against him, criticizing him, lying about him. Did he spend his days chasing rumors, correcting every false story? No. He wrote in his journal, "Don't waste time arguing what a good man should be. Be one." Your job is not to defend your name. Your job is to live in a way that makes defense unnecessary. Quietly, consistently, with virtue. That means letting your actions speak, letting your discipline speak, letting your calm silence say, "I don't need your approval to be at peace." It's not weakness. It's not giving up. It's strength. It's knowing that truth needs no defense, and ego is the one that always wants to explain, prove, protect. So drop it. Let your name float in the mouths of others. Let them carry it however they choose. You carry yourself with honor, with peace, with purpose. Defend your character, not your image, because names fade. But your inner life, your actions, your mindset, your virtue, that's what lasts. And that's what makes you truly untouchable, stoic, free. Number 29. Smile without needing reason. Most people wait for something good to happen before they smile. A compliment, a reward, a piece of good news. But that kind of smile is borrowed. It depends on the world. And the moment things go wrong, that smile disappears. That's not strength. That's reaction. The Stoics believed in something deeper. They believed your inner state should not be held hostage by outside events, that you can choose peace, calm, and yes, even joy, no matter what the world throws at you. So smile. Not because life is perfect, not because everything is easy. Smile because you are in control. Smile because it confuses the chaos. Smile because your peace is not up for negotiation. Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." A smile, even in hardship, is not fake. It's a signal, a message to yourself. I'm still here. I'm still steady. I'm not shaken. Try it. When things don't go your way, smile. When the day is long, the load is heavy, and no one is watching, smile. Not for show, for strength. This doesn't mean you ignore pain. It doesn't mean you laugh at suffering. It means you carry light, even when the world is dark. You don't wait for the storm to pass to find peace. You bring peace into the storm. That kind of smile, the one that comes from within, for no reason at all, is rare. It's powerful. It says, "I am enough. This moment is enough. I choose joy, even now." So practice it, quietly, gently, not the forced kind, not the fake kind, just a soft smile born from self-respect, from presence, from freedom. You don't need a joke. You don't need approval. You don't need the stars to align. You just need to remember you are still here. You are still in control. And for that alone, you can smile. Smile without needing reason, and let that be your quiet rebellion. Number 30. Walk away even when you're right. Being right feels good. It feeds the ego. It makes you feel strong, smart, justified. But sometimes the need to be right is just another form of weakness. It keeps you stuck in arguments that don't matter. It ties your peace to someone else's understanding. And the Stoics knew that's a dangerous place to be. You can be right and still be unwise. You can win the debate and still lose your calm. You can prove your point and still waste your time, your breath, your energy. Marcus Aurelius, the most powerful man in the world, reminded himself daily, is this essential? When someone insulted him, when someone disagreed, when things didn't go his way, he asked, is it worth it? And most of the time, the answer was no. Because real strength isn't in proving a point. It's in choosing peace over pride. Walking away doesn't mean you're wrong. It doesn't mean you've given up. It means you're in control. It means you've decided that your energy is too valuable to spend on someone else's ego or your own. Sometimes the person you're arguing with doesn't want truth. They want to win. And if you're wise, you'll let them. Not out of weakness, but out of clarity. You know what you stand for. You know what's true. You don't need to shout it. You don't need to force it. Let them talk. Let them believe what they want. You walk away, calm, unbothered, free. That's stoicism. That's power. The next time you feel the urge to keep going, to argue your point one more time, to make them understand, pause. Ask yourself, what do I gain from this? What do I lose? And if it's just your pride trying to stay alive, smile. Then walk away. Because peace is the highest form of power. And walking away when you're right, that's when you know you've won. Quietly, completely, stoically. Number 31. Use hours as coins. Every yes is a theft. Time is your most limited possession. You don't see it, you can't hold it. But every day, a little more is spent. And once it's gone, it never returns. That's why the Stoics treated time like gold, precious, guarded, never given lightly. But most people spend it like it's endless. They say yes out of habit, out of guilt, out of fear of missing out. They give away their hours for things that don't matter, calls they didn't want, tasks they didn't choose, people they didn't respect. And they wonder why they feel exhausted, behind, unfulfilled. Every time you say yes to something unworthy, you say no to what matters. You steal from your future self, from your rest, from your growth, from your peace. Seneca warned of this clearly. People are frugal in guarding their personal property, but as soon as it comes to squandering time, they are most wasteful. He knew time is the only wealth that can't be earned back. So here's how you live. Treat your hours like coins. Spend them with care. Every request is a price. Every yes is a transaction. Ask, is this worth my time? Not, will they be upset? Not, will I look lazy? Just, is this aligned with who I want to become? If the answer is no, don't spend the coin. You don't owe your time to everyone who asks for it. You don't have to attend every event, answer every message, take every call. Your time is yours, not theirs. And when you do say yes, say it fully. Be there. Be present. Make it worth the coin. So start tracking your hours. Guard them. Honor them. Say no more often, not to be rude, but to be free. Because at the end of your life, your time won't be measured by how much you gave away. It'll be measured by what you built, who you became, and how intentionally you lived. Use hours as coins. Every yes is a theft, unless it's given with purpose. Number 32. Track wasted time like a debt owed to the soul. Time is not just passing, it's disappearing. Every hour lost, is an hour you never get back. And yet, most people treat time like it's endless. They scroll, they delay, they say, "I'll do it later," not realizing that later is a lie we tell ourselves to avoid now. The Stoics treated time as sacred, more precious than gold, more valuable than praise, because once it's gone, nothing can buy it back. Seneca warned, "People are frugal in guarding their personal property, but as soon as it comes to squandering time, they are most wasteful." He called wasted time the greatest loss of all, not because it's loud, but because it's quiet. It slips through your fingers while you look the other way. You must learn to track wasted time like a debt, not with shame, but with honesty. When you waste time, it's not just productivity that suffers, it's your soul that pays. That part of you that wants to grow, to build, to live fully. Every hour lost to laziness, distraction, or comfort is taken from that part of you. So start watching. How much time do you spend reacting instead of creating, consuming instead of reflecting, complaining instead of doing? You don't need to be perfect, but you need to be aware. Track your time the way a warrior counts their steps, because each one brings you closer to victory or further from it. Time is not just a number on a clock. It's your life, measured out in moments. Waste it and you drift. Guard it and you rise. Set limits. Say no more often. Schedule your focus. And most of all, notice the little leaks. The 10 minutes here, the mindless scrolling there. They add up. They build a habit of avoidance. So keep score, not to punish yourself, but to stay awake. Because every minute you waste is a minute you owe back to your soul. And your soul, it came here to do something meaningful. Pay your time with purpose, spend it with care, and never forget, this moment is the only one you truly own. Number 33. Cancel convenience. Struggle sharpens the mind. We live in a world built for ease. One click, same day, instant everything. And while convenience saves time, it also steals something far more valuable: your edge. Comfort softens you. It dulls your awareness. It makes your mind lazy. Because when everything is easy, you stop thinking deeply. You stop adapting. You stop growing. And that's dangerous, because life will not always be convenient. The Stoics didn't aim for ease. They welcomed struggle. They believed that the harder path was often the better one, not because pain is good, but because challenge is a forge. It burns off weakness. It reveals what you're made of. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire during plagues, wars, betrayal, and loss. He didn't complain. He didn't wait for comfort. He adapted. He reflected. He sharpened his thinking in chaos. That's why we still read his words today. So, cancel convenience on purpose. Walk instead of drive. Carry what's heavy. Do it manually. Skip the shortcut. Wake up early. Take the stairs. Cook your food. Face the moment with your full attention, without autopilot. Each time you choose the harder way, you train your mind. You increase your patience, your tolerance, your clarity. You remind yourself, I don't need easy, I just need effort. Convenience asks nothing of you. Struggle demands everything and gives something in return. Wisdom, awareness, control. That doesn't mean seek suffering just to suffer. It means stop needing things to be smooth before you act. Stop avoiding resistance. Let challenge be your training. Your mind is like a blade. If you never use it, never press it, never test it, it rusts. But if you sharpen it through discomfort, It becomes something rare, precise, calm, powerful. So next time you have a choice between easy and effortful, pause. Ask yourself, which one makes me better? Then choose that one. Cancel convenience, not to punish yourself, but to prepare yourself. Because the world won't always be smooth, and when things get hard, you'll already be sharp. Number 34. Fast from novelty. The world is addicted to new updates, new trends, new content, new distractions. Everywhere you look, something is flashing, buzzing, pulling at your attention, and every time you chase it, your mind gets weaker, your focus scatters, your peace fades. The Stoics knew that constant novelty is not excitement, it's erosion. It erodes your stillness, it steals your ability to stay present, it feeds your cravings until nothing satisfies you unless it's fresh, different, better. Seneca warned against this. He said, "To be everywhere is to be nowhere." When you're always jumping to the next thing, you never go deep. You never master anything. You never truly think. You just consume, scroll, chase. So what's the antidote? Fast from novelty. Take a break from the new. Don't click the next video. Don't open the next app. Don't buy the next thing just because it's shiny. Sit with what you already have. Reread something wise. Revisit something old. Watch how your mind resists and how it calms down once it's starved of noise. Fasting isn't just about food, it's about discipline. It's about freedom. When you fast from novelty, you stop needing stimulation to feel alive. You return to what matters, to stillness, to depth, to clarity. It won't be easy at first. Your brain will itch for a fix, a scroll, a hit of dopamine. But if you can sit through that urge, if you can stay in the moment, you take back control. You tell your mind, "You don't run me, I run you." Try it for an hour, then a day, then longer. You'll notice things you missed. You'll think more clearly. You'll feel more peace, because the mind doesn't need more. It needs less. Less noise, less chasing, more presence, more meaning. So fast from novelty, not forever. Just long enough to remember that truth doesn't change. Wisdom doesn't expire. And peace comes not from what's new, but from what's timeless. That's the Stoic path. Simple, deep, unshaken. Number 35. Use boredom to diagnose your spirit. Boredom isn't the enemy. It's a mirror. A quiet signal that something deeper is off inside you. Most people feel boredom and reach for distraction. A phone, a screen, a snack, a noise. Anything to escape the silence. But the Stoic doesn't run from boredom. He listens to it. He studies it. He asks, "Why am I restless?" Because boredom is not about the world being empty. It's about your mind being untrained, your purpose being unclear, your inner fire flickering instead of burning. Marcus Aurelius had endless duties, yet he still reflected in silence. Epictetus lived in slavery with no comfort and still found purpose. Not because their days were exciting, but because their minds were alive, focused, grateful, directed. So when boredom hits you, pause. Don't numb it. Don't scroll past it. Sit with it. Ask, what am I avoiding? What have I forgotten to be grateful for? What should I be doing right now that I'm not? Boredom often points to a weak purpose, a distracted mind, a soul hungry for discipline, for challenge, for something meaningful to aim at. That's why the solution isn't to escape boredom, but to use it,
Use it as a tool, a signal, a compass. Let it show you where you've become passive, where you've drifted, where you need to realign. Can't sit still for 10 minutes? That's not boredom, that's spiritual restlessness. Can't go a day without stimulation? That's not a personality trait. That's a muscle you've let weaken. So start rebuilding it. Next time boredom creeps in, don't run. Breathe. Reflect. Reach for a book, a journal, a walk, not a screen. Find quiet activities that demand your attention, that feed your spirit, that help you remember. Your peace doesn't come from being endlessly entertained. It comes from knowing who you are and what you're here to do. Boredom is not a curse. It's a test. Use boredom to diagnose your spirit, and when you pass the test, you won't need constant stimulation. You'll carry stillness inside you. Number 36. Treat free time as sacred. Free time is not empty time. It's not extra or leftover. It's not something to kill or fill with distractions. Free time is a gift, a space where your soul can breathe, a moment when you can finally choose what matters, without pressure, without noise. But most people waste it. They scroll, they binge, they numb. They treat free time like it has no value, like it's just something to burn until the next task begins. But the Stoics knew better. They treated their free time with deep respect, because that's when real life begins. Marcus Aurelius, Emperor of Rome, surrounded by duty every hour, carved out time to reflect, to write, to think. Not because he had time to spare, but because he knew what was truly important. Your free time reveals your values. Do you use it to grow or to escape? Do you use it to nourish your mind or to numb it? Do you use it to move closer to who you want to be or further away? Treat it as sacred. Don't fill it. Guard it. Protect it from meaningless distractions. Give it purpose. You don't have to be busy, just intentional. Read, reflect, walk in silence, write, build, rest, truly rest. Not by zoning out, but by tuning in. Free time is when you meet yourself. It's when the noise fades and your real thoughts appear. It's when your soul speaks up, but only if you're quiet enough to hear it. The Stoics didn't see free time as a break from life. They saw it as life itself, a chance to reconnect with reason, a chance to practice stillness, a chance to become better. So don't treat it lightly. Schedule it like it matters, because it does. Protect it from interruption. Say no to things that steal it. And when it arrives, don't run from it. Step into it. Because in those unstructured moments, you are free to be who you truly are. Treat free time as sacred, not because it's rare, but because it's the space where your best self is waiting. Number 37. Delay gratification for no reason. Train that muscle. You want it now. The food, the answer, the reward, the comfort. That's natural. Your brain is wired for it. But what's natural is not always what's wise. The Stoics knew this. If you always give in to what feels good now, you weaken the part of you that leads. Discipline is a muscle, and like any muscle, it must be trained. Not when it's convenient, but when it's uncomfortable. Not just when there's a reason, but sometimes just because. So practice this. Delay the thing you want, on purpose, even if you've earned it, even if it's harmless. Wait 10 more minutes, 1 more hour, 1 more day. Not to punish yourself, but to prove to yourself, I'm in control. Seneca said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor."
And that craving, that itch to satisfy desire immediately, is what makes you fragile. When you delay gratification, you build something most people lack: internal strength. You remind your body and your mind that you are the master, not the craving, not the urge, not the impulse. It can be simple. Don't check your phone right away. Don't reach for the snack. Don't open the message. Just sit in the space between wanting and acting. That space is where strength is built. And don't always wait for a good reason to delay. Do it randomly, quietly, without reward, like a warrior training in silence. Because life won't always give you what you want when you want it. And if you've never practiced waiting, you'll fall apart when you're forced to. So start now. Make it a habit. Delay something daily, not because you have to, but because you choose to. And each time you do, you reinforce a deeper truth. I don't need to satisfy every urge. I am not my craving. I am stronger than that. Delay gratification for no reason, train that muscle, and you'll become the kind of person who acts on principle, not impulse. Number 38. Schedule 1 hour a day for internal war. Every day, you fight battles the world can't see. Doubt, distraction, laziness, fear. You push forward while your mind tries to pull you back. And if you never stop to face those battles head-on, they'll slowly win. Quietly, invisibly, without resistance. The Stoics understood this truth. The hardest war is the one inside you. And if you don't make time to confront it, you become its prisoner. So schedule 1 hour a day, 1 hour for internal war. No phone, no noise, no pretending. Just you and your thoughts. Use that time to ask the hard questions. Where am I lying to myself? What am I avoiding? What weakness have I been feeding? What fear have I been running from? Write it down. Sit with it. Don't hide. Discipline is not just about what you do in public. It's about the battles you fight in silence, the temptations you resist when no one is watching, the inner voices you choose not to obey. Marcus Aurelius did this. He wrote to himself every day. His meditations were a daily battlefield, not for show, not for praise, just to keep himself honest, focused, sharp. You can do the same. Maybe your war is with comfort, maybe it's with anger, maybe it's with the part of you that makes excuses, that quits early, that wants to coast through life half asleep. Call it out, and then build a plan to defeat it. Use this hour to realign your values, to remember what matters, to renew your reason. This is not a punishment. This is preparation. Because if you don't meet your inner enemy on your terms, it will meet you on its terms at the worst moment. Don't wait for breakdowns to reflect. Don't wait for failure to examine yourself. Be proactive, be brutal, be honest. 1 hour a day. For internal war. It may be quiet, but it is where the real battle is won. And when you win there, no outside force can break you. That is Stoic discipline, earned in silence, forged in truth. Number 39. Don't rush sunsets. In a world obsessed with speed, slowing down feels unnatural. We rush through meals, through conversations, through days, always thinking about what's next, always chasing the next task, the next goal, the next moment. But in that rush, we miss life itself. The Stoics taught presence, not just in crisis, but in beauty, not just in hardship, but in peace. And one of the simplest, most powerful practices is this: don't rush the sunset. When the day ends, pause. Watch the sky change. Let it take its time. Don't check the clock. Don't reach for your phone. Don't try to capture it. Just be there. Still, aware, grateful. Because that sunset isn't just a pretty view. It's a reminder that the world doesn't hurry, that endings can be beautiful, that some things only reveal their power when you slow down enough to notice. Marcus Aurelius, in all his responsibilities as emperor, reminded himself to stop and reflect. He saw every day as a gift, especially its close. Not something to rush through, but something to respect, something to absorb. You don't have to love sunsets, but you must understand what they teach: patience, stillness, appreciation. Next time you're in a moment that feels peaceful, don't rush it. Don't try to squeeze it. Let it breathe. Let yourself breathe. Sit in it fully without asking for more. That's presence. That's power. The same goes for conversations, for rest, for joy. Don't be so eager to move forward that you miss where you are. Don't treat silence as wasted time. Don't treat beauty as a background, because one day the sunset will come and you won't be here to see it. One day it will be your last. So practice now. Slow down. Watch the colors change. Say nothing. Just witness. Don't rush sunsets. Let them end the day the way Stoics end life, with calm, grace, and full attention. Number 40. Kill urgency with ritual. Urgency screams. It tells you to rush, to fix everything now, to answer fast, to act without thinking. It makes your hands shake, your heart race, your mind spin. And if you let it, urgency will own you. It will make you reactive, scattered, and weak. But there's a way to kill urgency, not with speed, but with ritual. Ritual is slow, intentional, grounded. It says, I don't move when panic says move. I move when I decide to. The Stoics didn't let the world rush them. They knew that fast action without clarity leads to regret. Marcus Aurelius faced daily pressure, armies, politics, crisis, but he still began his mornings in reflection, in silence, in ritual. Not because he had time to waste, but because he refused to be owned by the clock. You must do the same. Build small rituals that anchor you. A morning routine that prepares your mind. A writing habit that clears your thoughts. A moment of stillness before a big decision. These rituals are not luxuries, they're shields. They protect you from urgency, because urgency is ego in disguise. It says, if you don't act now, you'll lose control. But control doesn't come from speed, it comes from intention. So when urgency rises, pause, return to your ritual, breathe, light a candle, open your journal, read a passage, stretch your body, do something slow, steady, known. In that moment, you tell your mind, I'm not afraid, I'm not rushing, I'm choosing. The world wants you to sprint through life. Ritual teaches you to walk with power. And here's the truth, most things can wait. Most emergencies aren't. Most panic fades if you don't feed it. So don't meet urgency with reaction. Meet it with rhythm. Kill it with ritual. Let your routines ground you. Let your habits hold you. Let your stillness lead. Because when the world moves fast, the strongest one in the room is the one who stays calm. That's Stoic leadership, rooted, clear, unshakable. Number 41. Face what disgusts you intellectually. Disgust is a powerful emotion. It rises quickly. It makes you turn away. It says, that's wrong, that's vile, get it away from me. And while disgust can protect you, it can also blind you. It can shut your mind before it even opens. That's why the Stoic doesn't just feel disgust, he studies it. The Stoic asks, why does this repulse me? What belief is being challenged? What fear is being touched? To grow, you must not only face what scares you physically, but what disturbs you mentally. A different opinion, a hard truth, an idea that offends your sense of order. Don't flinch, don't react, observe it, break it down, understand it before you judge it. Marcus Aurelius faced betrayal, greed, cruelty. And still he asked, what is this in its essence? He dissected what disturbed him, not to excuse it, but to learn from it, to respond with reason, not revulsion. That's your task too. If a person disgusts you, ask why. Is it their behavior or your pride? If a topic offends you, ask why. Is it the truth or your discomfort? Face the thing directly with a calm, steady mind. Not everything should be accepted, but everything should be examined. This practice builds strength, it builds clarity, it keeps your mind from becoming narrow, reactive, fragile, because disgust left unchecked turns into avoidance. Avoidance turns into ignorance, and ignorance makes you weak. So next time something repels you, don't look away. Don't shout it down. Don't close the book, scroll past, or slam the door. Breathe. Get curious. Ask, what is this? Why do I react this way? What can I learn here, even if I disagree? That's the Stoic approach. To face even discomfort with discipline. To study even darkness with light. Face what disgusts you intellectually. Not to embrace it, but to understand it. Because what you understand, you can overcome. What you ignore controls you. Number 42. Never outsource difficult conversations. Hard conversations are part of life. They make your heart race. They tighten your throat, but they are necessary. They clear the air. They repair what's broken. They reveal what's real. And if you avoid them, or worse, hand them off to someone else, you trade long-term peace for short-term comfort. The Stoics didn't run from discomfort. They walked into it, calmly, directly, with purpose. You must do the same. When something needs to be said, say it. Don't delegate it. Don't send a message through someone else. Don't type what should be spoken. And don't hope the problem just disappears. Because every time you avoid a difficult conversation, you allow misunderstanding to grow. You give fear more space. You give the problem more power. Epictetus said, "If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid." In other words, be willing to face the tension. Be willing to be uncomfortable. That's how you grow. Difficult conversations require clarity, not perfection. You don't need the perfect words, you just need honesty, respect, courage. Start like this. This is hard for me to say, but I need to say it. Then speak the truth. Gently, directly, calmly. No games, no blame. Just truth. People may react. They may disagree. That's okay. What matters is that you showed up with courage, not avoidance. And if someone needs to hear something hard from you, don't write it, don't send it, don't delegate it. Look them in the eye and speak. That's what real strength looks like. Because when you speak hard truths with calm, you build trust. Even if the words hurt, even if it takes time. People respect those who speak with honesty, not those who hide behind silence or middlemen. Never outsource the hard conversation. Face it. Because every time you do, you get stronger, clearer, freer. That's Stoic discipline. That's maturity. That's what leadership looks like. In the mirror, not just in the spotlight. So when the moment comes, don't step back. Step forward, speak, and grow. Number 43. Choose rejection. Seek out no. Rejection stings. It bruises the ego. It triggers fear. That feeling of being denied, dismissed, or unwanted is enough to stop most people before they even start. So they stay quiet. They play small. They only ask when they're sure the answer will be yes. But the Stoic sees rejection differently, not as failure, but as fuel. The Stoic trains himself to walk toward the thing others avoid, to seek out no on purpose, not for pain, but for power. Because every no makes you stronger. Every door that closes teaches you that you'll still stand, still breathe, still move forward. When you choose rejection, you free yourself from fear. You stop needing approval. You stop waiting to be accepted and start learning how to accept yourself. Epictetus said, "If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid." That's not self-hate. That's courage. The kind of courage that lets you try, speak, ask and act, even if the answer is rejection. Ask for the opportunity. Make the offer. Speak the truth. Not because you expect applause, but because you are willing to hear no and keep going anyway. Try this. Once a week, do something you know might be rejected. A pitch, a bold ask, a new idea. Not because you need the result, but because you need the resistance. You need the practice of hearing no and not letting it control your next move. Most people run from no. The Stoic walks toward it, calm, prepared, unafraid. Because once you stop fearing rejection, you become unstoppable. You stop hesitating, you stop shrinking. You show up fully, not because the world accepts you, but because you accept rejection as part of the path. Choose rejection. Seek out no, not for punishment, but for proof that your courage isn't dependent on the answer. You don't need yes to move. You only need the will to ask. Number 43. Choose rejection. Seek out no. Rejection stings. It makes you feel small, exposed, unworthy. That's why most people avoid it at all costs. They stay silent instead of asking. They hold back instead of trying. They don't risk because they fear hearing the word no. But the Stoic mindset flips this. Rejection is not failure. It's training. It's freedom. It's the sharpening stone for your self-worth. Epictetus taught, "Don't seek for things to happen the way you want them. Seek for them to happen as they do." And sometimes, as they do means people say no. Let them. Invite it. Learn to be okay with it. When you choose rejection on purpose, you take its power away. You stop being ruled by fear. You build calluses on your courage. You learn that no is not the end. It's a step. Ask for things knowing you might be denied. Apply for the role. Speak your mind. Make the offer. Stand in the silence after. If they reject you, good. That's your lesson. That's your strength growing. Each no is proof you tried, proof you didn't hide, proof you are training your soul to stand firm without applause. The more you avoid rejection, the more fragile you become. The more you seek it, the more unshakable you get. So practice it daily. Ask for something bold. Step toward the door that might close. Make the move you've been putting off, not for the outcome, but for the exposure, for the discomfort, for the courage it builds. Choose rejection. Don't run from no. Go to it, look it in the face and keep walking forward. Number 44. Volunteer for menial work. It's ego fasting. Everyone wants to lead, to shine, to be seen doing the important work. But the Stoic knows the real test is in the low tasks, the unnoticed tasks, the work that no one thanks you for. Why? Because that's where ego dies and where discipline is born. When you sweep the floor, carry boxes, serve the coffee, take the notes, without needing credit, you are training your soul. You are saying, I don't need a title to be useful. I don't need praise to serve. I am here for the work itself. Seneca reminded us, no condition is so bitter that a stable mind cannot find contentment in it. Even in the smallest job, there is a chance to practice excellence, to practice humility, to remember that nothing is beneath you, only beneath your ego. So, volunteer for the boring task, the dirty work, the quiet role, not once, often, not when convenient, when uncomfortable. It's a fast for your ego, a reset for your pride. You don't need to be recognized. You need to stay grounded, because when the time comes for greater responsibility, the one who served without complaint is the one who's ready. So don't wait to be asked. Step forward, volunteer for menial work, and let it sharpen your character. Number 45. Let others walk ahead. Watch yourself shrink. There will be times when others move faster. They get promoted. They get praised. They buy the house, build the brand, gain the spotlight. And you're still where you are, quiet, steady, unnoticed. It's tempting in those moments to speed up, to chase, to compare. But the Stoic doesn't run after appearances. He watches. He reflects. He lets others walk ahead, not out of weakness, but out of wisdom. When you let someone else pass you by and you feel smaller inside, don't ignore that feeling. Study it, because that's your ego shrinking. That's your pride being tested, and that's a gift. The Stoics knew that progress is not always visible, that the race isn't always loud, that sometimes the best thing you can do for your soul is to slow down, be still, and let others have their moment, while you build your own in silence. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Ambition means tying your well-being to what other people say or do. Sanity means tying it to your own actions. So let them go, let them win the crowd, let them post the victory. You win your own respect." It's hard to watch others move ahead, but that discomfort reveals where your self-worth is still too dependent on speed, status, or recognition. So when others pass you, don't react. Reflect. Ask, am I falling behind, or am I following my own pace? Is my path truly mine, or a copy of theirs? Let your spirit shrink, just enough to shed ego, just enough to grow humility, because what shrinks in pride expands in power. You're not here to race, you're here to become, quietly, patiently, deeply. Let others walk ahead. Smile, nod, watch your ego dissolve, watch your clarity rise. That's not falling behind, that's rising within. And in time, when you do move forward, it won't be out of comparison, it'll be out of conviction. Let others walk ahead and become someone who doesn't need to catch up. Number 46. Stop hiding your ignorance. You don't know everything, no one does, but most people pretend they do. They nod when they don't understand. They bluff through conversations. They avoid asking questions, afraid of looking stupid, afraid of seeming weak. But the Stoic sees ignorance differently, not as shameful, but as a starting point, not as failure, but as honesty. Epictetus said it clearly, It is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows. If you hide your ignorance, you block your own growth. You let pride win. You trade truth for image. Stop doing that. You don't need to be the smartest in the room. You need to be the clearest. And clarity begins with admitting what you don't know. Ask the question. Say, I don't understand. Say, teach me. Let the ego shrink. Let curiosity rise. This doesn't make you weak. It makes you rare, because most people spend their lives faking competence instead of building it. The moment you say, I don't know, you open the door to learning. You invite progress. You become a student. And that is one of the most powerful roles you can choose. When you hide ignorance, it grows in the dark. When you expose it, it begins to dissolve. So stop pretending. Stop guessing. Stop nodding along. Don't protect your pride. Protect your future. Admit it. Own it. Then fix it. Marcus Aurelius, the most powerful man of his time, still studied daily, still asked questions, still reminded himself how little he knew. If he could do that, what excuse do you have? So let others chase appearances. Let them bluff. Let them hide behind empty words. You, be bold enough to say, I don't know. Then go find out. Stop hiding your ignorance. It's not weakness. It's the first sign of wisdom. Number 47. Give away your last advantage. You've worked hard. You've built strength, gained skills, earned respect. You've struggled, sacrificed, pushed forward. And now you hold something others don't. An edge, an insight, a position of power. The natural instinct is to protect it, to guard it, to hold it close. But the Stoic does the opposite. He gives it away. Why? Because true strength doesn't come from holding power. It comes from not needing it. Anyone can be generous with their extra. It takes real character to give when it costs you, to offer your final advantage and expect nothing in return. That's not weakness. That's mastery. Seneca said, "You act like mortals in all that you fear, and like immortals in all that you desire." We clutch at our advantages because we fear loss. But what if loss is the training? What if letting go is the path to true freedom? Try it. Share the knowledge you worked years to gain. Open a door for someone who might pass you. Give someone else the credit. Give away the winning move. Not to be praised, but to prove. I don't need to win to know who I am. This practice breaks the grip of ego. It teaches detachment. It says, what I have is not what makes me strong. Who I am without it does. Your last advantage is your final test. Can you walk without the edge? Can you still act with calm, purpose and dignity, even when the playing field is no longer tilted in your favor? If yes, then you are free, because nothing owns you, not your skill, not your title, not your edge. So next time you hold the upper hand, give it away. Do it quietly, with strength, with grace. Not to lose, but to grow. Give away your last advantage and watch what remains. Not less power, but more peace. Not less success, but more soul. Number 48. Apologize when you least want to. There are moments when the last thing you want to do is say, I'm sorry. Your pride rises. Your mind defends. Your ego builds a wall. You find reasons why you were right, why they misunderstood, why they should apologize first. But the Stoic knows, the more you resist the apology, the more you probably need to give it. Apologizing isn't weakness, it's strength under control. It's the ability to step over your ego, admit your flaws, and repair what matters more than your pride, your character. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire, but reminded himself daily to stay humble, to own his faults, to live in harmony with others, because holding on to pride only creates distance, and distance leads to regret. When you least want to apologize, that's when your pride is loudest. That's when your ego is at war with your better self. And that's when an apology has the most power, not just to heal the relationship, but to strengthen you. You don't have to apologize for things you didn't do, but you can always apologize for how you responded, for the tone, for the silence, for the delay, for the moment when you could have acted better, but didn't. And when you do apologize, do it fully. No, if I offended you. No, but you also. Just, I was wrong. I'm sorry. That's it. Clean, clear, freeing. It takes courage to say it first. It takes even more to say it when you think you don't have to. But here's the truth. The apology you give when it's hardest to say, that's the one that transforms you. So next time your pride flares up, pause, breathe, ask, what matters more, being right or being at peace? Then choose peace. Don't wait, don't justify, don't stall. Apologize when you least want to. That's when it means the most, and that's when it sets you free. Number 49. Read aloud in public. It trains shame resistance. Most people avoid embarrassment at all costs. They hide from awkwardness, fear judgment, and stay silent just to avoid standing out. But the Stoic sees shame not as something to avoid, but as something to train through. That's why a simple but powerful practice is this. Go outside, open a book, and read it aloud. Not to impress, not to perform, but to feel the discomfort rise and stay calm anyway. When you read aloud in public, your heart may race, your voice may shake, you'll feel exposed, people might stare. That's the point. You're meeting shame face to face, and you're not backing down. Because shame is like a shadow. The more you avoid it, the larger it grows. But when you walk into it with stillness, it loses its grip. You realize most of the fear was just in your head. Epictetus taught his students to do uncomfortable things on purpose, to wear simple clothes, to accept insults, to be seen as strange. Why? To build an inner fortress, to prove that dignity is not tied to public opinion. Reading aloud in public is not about being loud, it's about being free. Free from the need to be invisible, free from the weight of other people's eyes, free to act, speak, and live without needing constant approval. So find a quiet corner, a bench, a cafe. Open your book. Read slowly, clearly. Let your voice be heard. If people glance, let them. If your nerves kick in, breathe. Stay with it. Smile. You're doing what most won't dare. Each time you do this, you build resistance, not to the world, but to your own fear of it. You remind yourself, I can be seen and still be calm. I can feel shame and still act with strength. That's the Stoic edge. Read aloud in public, not to show off, but to show yourself. I am not controlled by fear. Let the world hear your voice, and let your mind grow stronger with every word. Number 50. Speak truth when silence is safer. There will be moments when staying quiet feels easier, when silence protects your image, your comfort, your position, when telling the truth might cost you something, a friendship, approval, peace, praise. And in those moments, most people retreat. They bite their tongue. They blend in. They tell half-truths or say nothing at all. But the Stoic knows comfort is not the goal. Character is. To speak truth when it's easy means little, but to speak it when silence is safer, that's courage. That's strength. Epictetus said, "If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid." Why? Because truth often isn't popular. It doesn't always please the room. It doesn't always protect you, but it keeps your soul clean. When you withhold truth out of fear, you shrink. You betray your values. You let cowardice take the wheel. And slowly, quietly, you teach yourself to hide. But when you speak up, not to harm, not to boast, but to honor what's right, you step into integrity. You tell your mind, we stand for something, even when it costs. This doesn't mean shouting. It doesn't mean lecturing. It means saying the needed words with calm, with clarity, with respect, even when your voice shakes. Speak when someone is being wronged. Speak when you know the truth is being twisted. Speak when your silence would be mistaken for agreement. And if the truth isolates you, so be it. The Stoic stands alone if he must, but never against his conscience. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "Never regard something as doing you good if it makes you betray a trust." That includes the trust you hold with yourself. So the next time silence feels safe, ask, am I quiet because it's wise or because I'm afraid? If the answer is fear, speak. Not for attention, not for praise, but because the truth is always your duty. Speak truth when silence is safer. That's when it counts. That's when it transforms. That's when it defines who you really are. Number 51. Observe your reactions like a stranger. You feel anger, frustration, jealousy, fear. These emotions rise fast. Before you even notice they've taken the wheel. You snap, you complain, you shut down. And only later do you ask, why did I do that? The Stoics would tell you, don't wait until after. Train yourself to observe your emotions as they happen, as if you were watching someone else. Become a stranger to your own reactions. When irritation rises, don't grab it, watch it. When envy creeps in, don't feed it, study it. Say to yourself, interesting, that feeling again, let's see where it wants to go. That pause, that little space of awareness, that's your power. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. But to do that, you must first see your mind clearly, not through emotion, but through observation. Most people are their reactions. The Stoic watches his. He steps back. He lets the emotion pass in front of him like a cloud, not because he's numb, but because he's in control. Try it. The next time you feel annoyed, triggered, or pulled into drama, breathe. Say nothing. Don't judge the feeling. Don't push it away. Just observe. What does this reaction want? Is it helping me? Often you'll find it's just habit, just ego, just noise. When you watch your reactions like a stranger, they lose their power over you. You stop being a puppet. You become a quiet master, calm, steady, aware. This is the core of Stoic training, not to feel nothing, but to be ruled by nothing. So make this a habit. Observe your impatience, your pride, your need to be right. Each time, take a step back and look, without emotion, without judgment, like a wise outsider. Over time, your reactions will soften, your clarity will sharpen, and you'll start choosing your response, not just reacting out of impulse. Observe your reactions like a stranger. That's how you reclaim your mind. That's how you become unshakable. Number 52. Deny yourself validation. You do something well. You finish the project. You show discipline. And immediately, a part of you wants to be seen, to be acknowledged, to be told, "Good job." That's natural. But the Stoic knows it's also a trap. The more you crave validation, the more you depend on it. And once your effort needs applause, you've already lost control. You're no longer working from principle. You're performing for approval. Seneca warned us, "He who looks for applause from without has all his happiness in another's keeping." That's not freedom. That's slavery to opinion. So here's the practice. Deny yourself validation on purpose. Do good and say nothing. Achieve something and don't tell anyone. Post nothing. Share nothing. Just sit with the quiet power of a job done right, without anyone knowing. This isn't about hiding. It's about strength. It's about proving to yourself that your effort is enough, that your action doesn't need a witness to matter, that your standard is internal, not external. You don't need likes to be disciplined. You don't need compliments to live with integrity. You don't need someone clapping to keep going. And when that hunger for validation rises, because it will, feel it, then let it pass. Remind yourself, I do this because it's right, not because it's noticed. Marcus Aurelius, the emperor of Rome, reminded himself daily to avoid the poison of praise. He knew it could cloud judgment, inflate ego, weaken focus. So he returned again and again to what mattered. Action over image, principle over pride. Start training today. Do something meaningful and tell no one. Finish the task and look only inward. Be your own judge, your own audience, your own reward, because the less you need validation, the stronger you become. Deny yourself validation, not to feel small, but to remember your greatness doesn't depend on applause. It never did. Number 53. Practice being no one. Let go of your name, your title, your image. Let go of how people see you, what they expect from you, what you expect from yourself. For a moment, be no one, not the achiever, not the artist, not the strong one, the smart one, the funny one. Just a human being, breathing, walking, watching. Nothing to prove, nothing to protect, just being. The Stoics understood this well. They trained themselves to strip away identity, ego, status, until all that was left was character. Not what you're called, but who you are. Not what you show, but what you choose. Epictetus was born a slave. Marcus Aurelius was born an emperor. But both practiced the same thing: humility, stillness, detachment from identity. Because the more attached you are to being someone, the more fragile you become. Someone insults you, you feel attacked. Someone ignores you, you feel invisible. Why? Because you've tied your peace to an image that can be taken. But when you practice being no one, you become untouchable. Try it. Go for a walk without needing to be impressive. Sit quietly in a room without needing to be noticed. Speak less in conversations. Let others have the spotlight. Wear simple clothes. Expect no praise. Give no performance. Feel the freedom in that. Feel how light it is to carry nothing. This doesn't mean you stop doing good work. It means you stop doing it for attention. You act from purpose, not pride. You let go of the need to be seen, so you can finally see clearly. And in that emptiness, something powerful grows: presence, calm, self-respect that doesn't need applause to survive. The Stoic doesn't disappear, he detaches. He lives in the world, but not for the world. So once in a while, let go of your name, your story, your identity. Return to the quiet core of who you are. Practice being no one, and discover the strength that doesn't need a label. Number 54. Examine your triggers more than your goals. Everyone talks about goals, what you want, where you're going, what you plan to build, earn, or become. And yes, goals matter. They give direction. But the Stoic asks a deeper question. What breaks your focus? What stirs your emotions? What throws you off track? Because it's not the goal that defines your path. It's the triggers that keep pulling you away from it. What makes you snap in anger? What makes you shut down? What tiny comment ruins your day? What fear keeps you from starting? These are your real obstacles, not the size of your dreams, but the weight of your reactions. Marcus Aurelius didn't spend his mornings writing about what he wanted to achieve. He wrote about what he needed to endure. The insults, the delays, the selfish people, the setbacks. Not because he was negative, but because he wanted to stay ready, unshaken, focused. Your triggers are signals, clues, pointers toward the work you still need to do. You don't conquer life by chasing bigger goals. You conquer it by becoming harder to shake. So start there. Track what angers you, what distracts you, what throws you into self-doubt. Don't ignore it. Study it. Ask, why did that bother me? What belief was challenged? What part of me is still weak? Most people chase goals to escape their triggers, but that's backwards. If you don't deal with what shakes you, no goal will ever feel safe. So flip the focus. Set your goals, yes, but watch your triggers even closer. Make calm your baseline. Make resilience your aim. Because a strong mind isn't just built by ambition, it's built by awareness. Examine your triggers more than your goals. That's how you build a foundation that doesn't crack. That's how you stay steady, no matter what you chase. Number 55. Cultivate opinions that no one agrees with. Most people want to fit in. They nod along. They stay quiet when they disagree. They trade their own voice for approval, afraid to sound strange, to be different, to be alone. But the Stoic doesn't fear disagreement. He welcomes it. He trains for it. Why? Because truth doesn't need to be popular, and wisdom rarely echoes the crowd. To think for yourself is to risk isolation. To hold a view that others reject is to feel the heat of judgment. But that heat forges clarity. It sharpens thought. It builds courage. Seneca said, "What is right is not always popular, and what is popular is not always right." That's your invitation, to form opinions based on reason, not reaction, on values, not votes. And once you know they're right, hold them, even if no one stands with you. But this isn't about being a contrarian. It's not rebellion for rebellion's sake. It's about building a mind that is your own, one that can question, examine, and decide, not just copy, echo, or follow. So start small. Ask yourself, do I believe this because I've tested it, or because everyone else does? When a new trend rises, pause. When a group agrees too easily, question. When you feel pressure to conform, resist. And when you do form an uncommon opinion, don't shout it. Don't use it to feel superior. Just carry it quietly, confidently, like a hidden blade. Ready if needed, but never drawn for show. Most people are afraid to stand alone. The Stoic is afraid to lie to himself. So let others laugh. Let them dismiss you. Let them ask, "Who do you think you are?" And you, think calmly. Speak with care. Stay grounded in truth. Because nothing is rarer than a mind that thinks for itself. Cultivate opinions that no one agrees with, not to be right, but to be real. Number 56. Spend one day acting like a poor man. You may not be poor. You may have food, shelter, comfort, and choices. But comfort is dangerous when it becomes expectation. When you begin to believe you deserve ease. That struggle is beneath you. That hardship is for other people. That mindset will make you fragile. The Stoics knew this. That's why they practiced poverty, even when they didn't need to. Seneca, one of the wealthiest men in Rome, would sleep on the floor, wear rough clothes, and eat plain food. Not as punishment, as training. He asked himself, "Is this what I feared?" And every time the answer made him stronger. So do the same. Once a month or once a week, spend one full day living like a poor man. Eat the simplest food. Skip your comforts. Walk instead of drive. Use what's already available. Wear the oldest clothes you have. Sleep without your bed if you can. Not to feel shame, but to feel clarity. You'll learn how little you actually need. You'll see that peace doesn't come from luxury. It comes from control, from resilience, from knowing that if life ever strips everything away, you'll still stand. This practice also softens your judgment. It makes you less proud, less entitled. It reconnects you to humility, gratitude, awareness. Most people fear losing what they have, but the Stoic faces the loss before it happens, and in doing so, removes the fear. You won't break from one day of simplicity. You'll become sharper, cleaner, less attached to comfort. And when you return to your normal life, you'll appreciate it more, not as something owed to you, but as something borrowed. So choose one day. Strip it all back. Act like a poor man. No complaining, no pretending, just presence. Because if you can live simply by choice, you won't panic when life gives you no choice at all. Spend one day acting like a poor man, and remind yourself you are not what you own. You are what you can endure. Number 57. Let go of being consistent. Adjust to truth. People fear contradiction. They cling to their past opinions, their old beliefs, their public image. They say, "This is who I am," and defend it, even when it no longer fits, even when truth is standing right in front of them. But the Stoic doesn't worship consistency. He worships truth. And when the truth shifts, he shifts with it. Seneca wrote, "I would rather be inconsistent and right than consistent and wrong." That's wisdom. That's strength. That's the mark of someone who serves reality, not reputation. Let go of the need to appear unchanging. Let go of the fear of looking foolish. If new evidence appears, adjust. If a better way is shown, take it. If your thinking evolves, let it. You are not a statue. You are a student. Staying consistent for pride's sake is not loyalty. It's fear in disguise. Fear of being seen as uncertain. Fear of being called a hypocrite. But a wise person is not afraid of change. They seek it. This doesn't mean you flip-flop for approval. It means you keep your principles, but stay flexible with your views. You hold your values tightly, but your opinions lightly. And when someone says, "But you used to believe the opposite," you simply say, "Yes, and I was wrong." That's not weakness, that's growth. So check yourself. What ideas are you holding on to just because you once believed them? What habits are you defending because you've done them for years? What version of yourself are you protecting at the cost of your truth? Let it go. Adjust to what is true now, not what used to be, not what's convenient, not what keeps others comfortable, because in the end, your goal is not to stay the same, it's to become better, more honest, more clear, more in tune with reality. Let go of being consistent and let truth reshape you again and again. Number 57. Let go of being consistent. Adjust to truth. People love to appear consistent. They stick to old opinions, outdated beliefs, even broken systems, just to avoid the shame of change. They say, "But I've always done it this way," or "I said it, so now I have to stand by it." But the Stoic doesn't cling to the past. He adjusts to truth, no matter how it makes him look. Consistency is only a virtue if it's tied to wisdom. Blind consistency, that's pride in disguise. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "If someone can show me I'm wrong, I will gladly change, for it is the truth I seek." That's real strength, not defending your position, but correcting it. So ask yourself often, is this still true? Is this belief still serving me? Is this habit still right? If not, change it, quietly, without shame, without fear of being called a hypocrite. You're not here to protect an old version of yourself. You're here to evolve, grow forward, even if it means letting go of things you once proudly defended. That's not weakness, that's maturity, that's mastery. Let go of being consistent. Be loyal to truth, not to your past. Number 58. Seek people who disturb your peace, then outgrow them. It's easy to stay around people who comfort you, who agree with you, who never challenge you. But growth doesn't come from comfort. It comes from discomfort, especially the kind that comes from other people. The Stoics didn't avoid difficult personalities, they welcomed them. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You will meet people who are selfish, aggressive, deceitful." He wasn't surprised by it. He trained for it. So seek them out, the ones who test your patience, the ones who trigger your ego, the ones who make you doubt your calm, not to suffer, but to sharpen. Each time they disturb you, they reveal where you still need work. Let them talk over you. Let them criticize you. Let them misunderstand you. And you, stay grounded, stay calm, stay above. Eventually, you'll outgrow them, not by escaping, but by rising. They won't change, but you will. Seek people who disturb your peace, and thank them for showing you where to grow. Number 59. Practice rituals that mean nothing, to build discipline. Not every action needs a deep reason. Not every habit must serve a goal. Some rituals exist for one purpose only, to train your will, to sharpen your discipline, to remind you that you are in control, not your mood, not your comfort, not your cravings. That's why the Stoic practices simple, even pointless rituals, not because they matter in themselves, but because doing them anyway is what matters. Drink water before every meal, touch the floor every morning. Write the same sentence each night. Sit in silence for 5 minutes. Do it not because you have to, but because you choose to. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily to return to reason, to face discomfort, to repeat what he already knew, not because the words changed, but because he did, through the repetition. Discipline grows in repetition, not in excitement, not in variety, in quiet, steady acts of self-command. So create a ritual, one that seems small, even meaningless, and do it daily. No skipping, no excuses, not to achieve some big result, but to practice showing up even when there's no reward. Because if you can control yourself in the small, you'll have the strength when the big tests come. The modern world says, only do things that make sense, that optimize, that produce. But the Stoic says, sometimes you do something just to prove you can, just to keep the sword sharp. These rituals become anchors. On days when everything feels chaotic, when your mind is cloudy, your emotions heavy, you still do the thing. And that quiet act says, I am still here, I still decide. So pick your ritual, make it boring, make it simple, but make it non-negotiable. And when someone asks, why do you do that every day? You smile and say, because I said I would. Practice rituals that mean nothing, so you can build the discipline that means everything. Number 60. Refuse to explain yourself. You don't owe anyone an explanation for every step you take. Not everyone deserves to know your reasons, your thoughts, or your motives. In a world obsessed with justifying everything, your decisions, your silence, your boundaries, the Stoic stands apart. Calm, clear, unshaken. Refusing to explain yourself is not arrogance. It's clarity. It's the quiet confidence that says, I know why I'm doing this. That's enough. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire, but he didn't argue with fools. He didn't defend every move. He acted from principle, not permission. He reminded himself, if it's right, do it. If it's true, say it. Not, if they approve, proceed. You explain yourself when you feel unsure. You justify when you need validation. But once you know your values, your reasons, your direction, explanation becomes unnecessary. This doesn't mean be rude, it means be rooted. You can be kind without over-explaining. You can say no without a paragraph. You can walk away without a speech. Let people misunderstand you. Let them guess. Let them talk. That's their burden, not yours. When you stop explaining everything, you begin to live freely. You protect your energy. You act with purpose, not performance, and you rise above the noise. So next time you feel pressured to explain, pause, ask, do I need their permission or just my own clarity? Then choose silence, choose calm, choose action without defense. Refuse to explain yourself and let your life speak for you. Number 61. Don't talk about virtues. Apply them silently. It's easy to speak about patience, to quote wisdom about courage, to post about humility, to admire discipline in theory. But talk is light. It costs nothing. And the more you talk about virtue, the more you risk turning it into a performance instead of a principle. The Stoics knew virtue is action, not announcement. Marcus Aurelius ruled the greatest empire of his time, yet he wrote privately to himself, not to impress others, but to keep himself honest. He didn't boast about being just. He tried to act justly. He didn't claim to be humble. He reminded himself why he wasn't above anyone else. The goal isn't to sound good, it's to be good. So stop telling the world how disciplined you are. Wake up early. Stop preaching about self-control. Practice restraint. Don't claim to be kind. Choose kindness, even when no one sees, especially when no one sees. The moment you start talking more than doing, you've stepped out of the path. Virtues aren't for decoration, they're for direction. And when you truly live by your values, you don't need to say it. People will feel it in your presence, in your choices, in the way you carry yourself. Let others waste time branding themselves as virtuous. You, be too busy applying it, quietly, relentlessly. When you slip, correct yourself. When you succeed, stay humble. When you're tested, show who you are, not with your words, but with your response. Because silent virtue is the loudest kind. Don't talk about virtues, apply them silently. Let your life be your proof. Let your actions be your voice. Let your consistency speak louder than your explanations. That's the Stoic way, not to impress, but to live. Number 62. Be kind without being liked. Kindness is a choice, a strength, a discipline. But too often, people confuse it with being liked. They smile to be accepted. They help to be approved. They soften the truth to avoid disapproval. That's not kindness, that's people-pleasing. The Stoic separates the two. Kindness is rooted in principle, in justice, in doing the right thing even when it's hard, even when it's not returned, even when it's misunderstood. Being liked is about image. Kindness is about character. Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one." He didn't say, "Be liked." He said, "Be good." Sometimes kindness means being firm, saying no, setting a boundary, giving hard truth instead of empty comfort. It might make people angry. It might make them talk. That's fine. Your job isn't to be liked by everyone. It's to stay in integrity with yourself. So give the compliment without expecting one back. Offer help even if they never thank you. Walk away peacefully when they gossip. Hold the door open for someone who won't look up. Tell the truth with love, even if it costs you approval. That's kindness, quiet, strong, unshakable. People will misunderstand it. They'll take your silence as weakness, your limits as coldness, your honesty as arrogance. Let them. You're not here to manage how others feel about your goodness. You're here to be good regardless of how it's received. So be kind, not to be liked, but to be right, to be whole, to live in a way that doesn't betray your soul. Because one day, when the noise fades and the crowd forgets, it's not their praise that will matter, it's your peace. Be kind without being liked. That's the Stoic way. Number 63. Give gifts that cost you inner effort. It's easy to give what's easy, to hand over money, time, or things that don't challenge you. To give from surplus, from convenience. And while that kind of giving is good, it's not transformative, not for you and not for the one receiving. The Stoics believed the most powerful gifts come from within when they cost something deeper, not your wallet, your pride, your comfort, your attention, your silence, your forgiveness. Give a gift that requires inner effort. Forgive someone who hasn't apologized. Compliment someone you envy. Listen without interrupting. Admit you were wrong when your ego screams to justify. Be kind when you feel tired. Patient when you feel angry. Generous when you feel empty. These are not gestures, these are tests, and they strengthen you from the inside. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one." That begins with effort, the kind no one sees, no one claps for, no one may even notice. But you will notice. Your soul will feel it. Because when you give a gift that costs inner effort, you're not just helping someone else, you're shaping your character.
You're proving to yourself that your higher self is stronger than your lower impulses. This kind of giving is hard. That's the point. The next time you want to give, don't reach for something easy. Reach inside. Ask, what can I offer that requires discipline, vulnerability, self-control? That's a real gift, a stoic gift. And don't wait for the perfect moment. Give it quietly, freely, without needing recognition. Because a gift that costs you something on the inside always gives something back. Clarity, strength, peace. So give not just from your hand, but from your will. Give gifts that cost you inner effort, and watch your character grow in the giving. Number 64. Be radically honest with yourself, especially when wrong. Lying to the world is one thing. Lying to yourself? That's the real danger. Because the world might believe your mask, but deep down, you always know the truth. And if you can't face that truth, you will never grow. The Stoic demands brutal honesty, not with others first, but with himself. Especially when he's wrong, especially when it hurts. It's easy to shift blame, to defend, to justify. It wasn't my fault. They misunderstood. I had no choice. But none of that helps you get better. Growth begins where your excuses end. Marcus Aurelius didn't write to impress others. He wrote to inspect himself. His journal was a mirror, not for praise, but for correction. Where did I fall short today? Where was I reactive, selfish, weak? He didn't hide from his flaws, he hunted them. You must do the same. When you fail, say it. I was wrong. When you lie, admit it. That was fear, not wisdom. When you choose ego over truth, call it what it is. No soft language, no sugarcoating, just the plain, direct truth. This is not about shame, it's about accuracy. You cannot fix what you won't face. You cannot grow if you won't confront your own role in your problems. So make it a habit. Reflect daily. Ask, where did I go wrong? What part of me resisted the truth? Don't just look at your results. Look at your reactions, your motives, your patterns. And when you find something ugly, don't flinch. Breathe. Acknowledge it. Then take the next step. Do better. Most people lie to protect their ego. The Stoic tells the truth to strengthen his character. Be radically honest with yourself, not just when it's easy, but especially when it's hard, especially when it burns. Because that moment of pain, that's the door to freedom. That's where the real work begins. And only those brave enough to walk through it ever become truly strong. Number 65. Take blame even when blameless. It's natural to defend yourself, to say, it wasn't my fault, to point at others, at the system, at chance, especially when you truly did nothing wrong. But the Stoic doesn't ask, who's to blame? He asks, what can I take responsibility for? Because true strength isn't proven by being right. It's proven by staying steady, even when wrongly accused. When you take blame, even when blameless, you choose humility over pride, growth over defense, responsibility over reaction. This doesn't mean you lie. It doesn't mean you accept abuse. It means you carry weight even when you could drop it. It means you absorb the tension instead of throwing it back. It means you ask, what could I have done differently? Not because you caused the mistake, but because you're strong enough to learn from anything. Marcus Aurelius led armies, judged leaders, faced betrayal, and still reminded himself, when you are blamed unfairly, ask, is any part of it true? If so, fix it. If not, let it go. No anger, no defensiveness, just clarity.
This is the quiet power of a Stoic. He doesn't need to be seen as innocent. He needs to be in control of himself. Try it. Next time blame comes your way, pause. Don't argue. Don't explain. Take it in. Ask, is there even 1% of truth here? If so, own it. If not, carry the moment with dignity. Not for approval, not for peacekeeping, but to build your own character. Because anyone can defend their pride. It takes a rare kind of courage to let it fall. This practice doesn't weaken you, it sharpens you. It teaches ego control, it builds emotional muscle. It shows others and yourself that you are not ruled by fairness, but by principle. Take blame, even when blameless. Not because you're guilty, but because you're grounded. That's not surrender. That's command. Number 65. Take blame even when blameless. It's easy to defend yourself, to explain, to say, that wasn't my fault. And maybe it wasn't. Maybe the mistake was someone else's. Maybe the failure came from things outside your control. But the Stoic knows. Sometimes the higher path is not in defending, but in absorbing. Take blame, even when blameless. Not to be a doormat, but to build strength. Not because you are guilty, but because you are capable. When you carry the weight that others drop, you train humility. You train leadership. You remind yourself that your peace is not based on fairness, it's based on response. Marcus Aurelius faced betrayal, incompetence, and failure from those beneath him. Did he lash out? No. He looked inward. He asked, "What can I do better?" Not, "Who can I blame?" That mindset builds character. So when the moment comes, when fingers point, when tempers rise, pause, breathe, let others defend themselves. You? Say, "I take responsibility," even if only for how you responded, even if only for what you can learn from it. Because the one who takes responsibility wins control. The one who owns the moment owns the power to shape what comes next. It's not about guilt, it's about growth. It's not about fairness, it's about becoming unshakable. So take the blame, even when blameless, not for praise, not for pride, but because that's what the strong do. The Stoic doesn't fear being misunderstood. He fears missing the chance to grow. Number 66. Observe how often you lie, even in tone. Lying isn't always words, it's tone, it's silence, it's the pause before a truth, the smile that hides resentment, the "I'm fine" that means "I'm furious." Most people lie every day, not by what they say, but how they say it. The Stoic watches this closely, because every small lie chips away at your integrity. Every twist in your tone weakens your center. And when you live behind masks, even subtle ones, you lose clarity, not just with others, but with yourself. So practice this. Speak clearly, honestly. When you're upset, admit it calmly. When you're tired, say so. When you don't know, say, "I don't know." Epictetus said, "First, say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." That begins with truth, in tone, in posture, in presence. Start noticing. Where do I pretend? Where do I soften truth to be liked? Where do I smile when I mean to speak? This isn't about rudeness, it's about alignment. Because when your tone matches your truth, your words gain weight, your presence becomes solid, you stop performing and start being. So listen closely to yourself. Observe how often you lie, even in tone, and use that awareness to come home to truth, quietly, gently, completely. Number 67. Stop performing goodness. Goodness isn't something you show. It's something you live, quietly, consistently, without applause, without an audience. But in today's world, goodness is often turned into a stage, a performance for likes, for praise, for validation. People don't just want to be good, they want to be seen as good. But the Stoic sees through that illusion. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one." He wasn't writing for others, he was writing for himself, not to display virtue, but to practice it. When you perform goodness, your motive shifts. You start acting kind to appear kind. You give to be seen as generous. You speak humbly, but only when people are watching. That's not virtue. It's ego in disguise. Real goodness doesn't need a stage. It doesn't need to be admired. It doesn't care if anyone notices. So ask yourself, would I still do this if no one knew? Would I still help, give, forgive, listen, if there were no camera, no spotlight, no recognition? If the answer is yes, you are on the Stoic path. If the answer is no, pause, reflect, adjust. Strip your actions of performance. Do the right thing in silence. Hold the door when no one thanks you. Give without announcing it. Stay calm when no one is watching. Apologize privately. Stand by your values in quiet rooms, not just loud ones. Let your goodness be for your soul, not for your image. This is the kind of virtue that strengthens you, not because it's seen, but because it's real, because it's yours. The world may never notice. That's fine. Virtue doesn't need to be witnessed. It just needs to be lived. Stop performing goodness. Start embodying it. And let your life, not your presentation, be what speaks. Number 68. Choose ethical poverty over tainted wealth. There will come a time when you face a choice, comfort or character, gain or integrity, wealth or your soul. The world will tempt you. It will offer shortcuts, profits that come with a price, rewards that require you to bend your values just a little. Speak a lie, stay silent, look away, play along. And on the surface, it may seem small, a win, a smart move. Everyone else is doing it. But the Stoic sees deeper, because no amount of money is worth the corrosion of your inner peace. No luxury is worth the weight of knowing you betrayed what you stand for. Seneca warned us, what fortune gives is not really yours. What you gain at the cost of your ethics, you never truly possess. It possesses you. So choose the harder path, the quieter one, the one that may not pay in applause, but keeps your conscience clean. If that means less wealth, so be it. If that means losing a deal, missing an opportunity, falling behind the crowd, good. Let it purify you. Let it remind you, your value doesn't come from your possessions. It comes from your principles. This is not a call to be poor. It's a call to be free, because tainted wealth traps you. It binds you to guilt. It chains you to fear of being found out. But ethical poverty, chosen, accepted, honored, makes you untouchable. So when the offer comes, the shady deal, the dishonest gain, the easy win with a heavy price, pause. Ask yourself, will I still respect myself if I say yes? If the answer is no, walk away, proudly, silently, because what you walk away from defines you just as much as what you walk toward. Choose ethical poverty over tainted wealth and earn something money can't buy, your freedom. Number 69. Refuse all flattery. Praise feels good. A kind word, a compliment, admiration. It strokes the ego. It whispers, "You're better than others. You've arrived. You're special." But the Stoic knows flattery is not a gift. It's a test. Flattery is not about truth. It's about influence. It's not about lifting you. It's about softening you. It feeds your pride until you depend on it. And once you depend on it, you can be controlled by it. Refuse it. Not rudely, not dramatically, just quietly, calmly, like someone who doesn't need approval to know who they are. Epictetus warned, "If you want to be noble, start by understanding that you are not noble yet." Meaning, no matter how much praise you receive, you are still training, still learning, still becoming. The danger of flattery isn't that it makes you smile, it's that it makes you soft. You begin to believe it, you begin to crave it, and soon you act not from virtue, but for attention. So when someone flatters you, pause. Ask, is this true or is this bait? Even if it's true, do you need to hear it? Can you thank them politely and then release it completely? The Stoic lives by inner judgment, not public opinion. He knows that character isn't built in compliments. It's built in solitude, in effort, in choices made when no one is clapping. So practice this. When someone praises your strength, train harder. When someone calls you wise, speak less. When someone admires your calm, test it in chaos. Let your discipline grow in silence. Let your peace be untouched by noise, positive or negative. Refuse all flattery, not because you hate kindness, but because you love freedom. Flattery binds you to how others see you, but a Stoic is bound only to truth. Walk through praise like it's smoke. Don't breathe it in, and keep moving. Quiet, focused, free. Number 70. Practice helping anonymously. Everyone wants to be seen as kind, as generous, as good. But the Stoic doesn't help to be seen. He helps to serve. Quietly, without credit, without recognition, without applause. Why? Because true virtue asks for nothing in return. To help anonymously is to give purely. No ego, no expectation, just the act itself, done because it is right. Seneca said, "The reward for a good deed is having done it." That's enough. That must be enough. So start practicing. Pay for someone's meal and walk away. Leave a note of encouragement with no name. Offer resources, support or kindness without ever being connected to the outcome. Make it a habit to give in the shadows. This isn't about hiding, it's about refining. Stripping away the part of you that needs credit, that wants to be seen as good rather than simply being good. Because when you do good silently, you're building something far more valuable than reputation. You're building character, integrity, strength of soul. And over time, this kind of giving changes you. You stop seeking reward. You stop needing praise. You begin to act not for approval, but from alignment. No one may ever know what you did. And that's the point. You're not doing it for the world to see. You're doing it to become the kind of person who gives, even when no one is watching, especially then. So each week, help someone anonymously. Make it part of your rhythm. Let it humble you. Let it train your ego to sit still. Let it teach your hands to give without needing to be held up. That's the Stoic way. Quiet strength, invisible goodness, selfless action. Practice helping anonymously, and watch how quietly your soul becomes free. Number 71. Accept the role of a fool. Fools can evolve. Everyone wants to appear wise, to be respected, admired, seen as someone who gets it. So they hide their ignorance. They fake understanding. They pretend to know more than they do. But the Stoic chooses a different path. He embraces the role of the fool, not to stay foolish, but to become wise. The fool has room to grow. The fool asks questions. The fool listens instead of performing. And because the fool has nothing to protect, no image to defend, he is free to learn, to stumble, to change. Seneca wrote, "While we teach, we learn." But more importantly, while we admit we don't know, we open the door to knowing. When you accept the role of the fool, you kill your pride. You allow yourself to be corrected. You stop pretending and start progressing. Most people delay growth because they're afraid of looking stupid. The Stoic invites it. He says, "Explain it to me. Show me where I'm wrong. Let me be a student again." That's not weakness. That's strength in its purest form. So in every room, be humble enough to not know, brave enough to ask, strong enough to hear the truth, even if it makes you look small. And if they laugh at you, let them. Their laughter is noise. Your evolution is silent. You don't become wise by performing brilliance. You become wise by standing in your ignorance long enough to move beyond it. Accept the role of the fool, not forever, but for now. Because the one who thinks he knows everything learns nothing, but the one who says, "Teach me," becomes unstoppable. So put down the mask, drop the act, be unpolished, be unsure, accept the role of a fool. Because fools can evolve, and many of the wise never will. Number 72. Don't believe everything you say. Just because the words come from your mouth doesn't mean they're true. Just because they feel right doesn't mean they are. Most people trust their own voice too quickly. They assume that if they said it, it must be wise, or honest, or final. But the Stoic watches his own thoughts like a skeptic. He listens to his own words like an outsider. Why? Because your first reaction is often your worst. Your opinion might just be your pride talking. Your excuse might be fear in disguise. Your confident answer might be nothing more than a habit you've repeated so often you forgot to question it. Epictetus warned, "It is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows." And when you believe your own words without inspection, you stop growing. So practice this. Speak and then observe. Ask yourself, is that really true? Do I believe this because it's useful or because it's comfortable? Because it's proven or because it protects me? Challenge your assumptions. Revisit your conclusions. Doubt your certainty, not to weaken your thinking, but to refine it. It takes strength to admit, maybe I was wrong. It takes discipline to say, let me think more. It takes humility to hear your own voice and still ask, is this wise? You are not your thoughts. You are not your first opinions. You are the one who can question them. So don't cling to everything you say. Don't fall in love with your own voice. Let your beliefs be tested. Let your words be revised. Speak, but stay curious. Declare, but stay open. Be firm in your values, but flexible in your views. Don't believe everything you say. Believe what you've examined, challenged, tested, and still found to be true. That's not weakness, that's wisdom. Number 73. Think of death mid-laughter. Laughter is beautiful. It's release. It's joy. It's presence. But even in that moment, especially in that moment, the Stoic reminds himself, this too will end. Not to ruin the joy, not to darken the lightness, but to deepen it. To think of death mid-laughter is not to be morbid, it's to be awake. Marcus Aurelius said, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do, say, and think." That includes what you enjoy, what you celebrate, what you take for granted. When you're laughing, fully alive, surrounded by people you love, that's when the reminder has the most power. I don't get this moment forever. And in that awareness, gratitude sharpens, presence deepens. The joke becomes more than funny, it becomes precious. You don't have to say it aloud. You don't have to stop the laughter. Just let the thought pass through like a quiet breeze. I'm here. This is fleeting. One day, this room will be silent. Most people avoid thoughts of death, especially during joy. But the Stoic walks hand in hand with it. He lets it shape his joy, not steal it. He knows, when you remember death, you stop sleepwalking through life. Try it. Mid-laughter, mid-story, mid-glimpse of sunlight. Think gently. This won't last. And that's why it matters. Not everything has to be serious, but everything must be appreciated. Don't wait for tragedy to wake you. Use the beauty of now as your teacher. Think of death, not to feel fear, but to feel alive. Because laughter means more when you remember you won't always be able to hear it. Think of death mid-laughter and let it teach you how to truly live. Number 74. Plan like you'll live forever. Act like you'll die tomorrow. Most people get it backwards. They plan small, like time is short. They hesitate, delay, put off their dreams, but then they act like life is endless, wasting days, drifting, scrolling, waiting for the right moment. The Stoic splits the difference with clarity and urgency. Plan like you'll live forever. Build with patience. Think long-term. Don't chase shortcuts. Don't aim low just because life is fragile. Aim high because your soul demands it. Marcus Aurelius ruled with generations in mind. He planted ideas he would never see bloom. That's the mindset. Lay bricks that outlast you. But at the same time, act like you'll die tomorrow. Because you might. Speak the truth now. Start the thing today. Hug them tighter. Leave no words unsaid. Do the work, not tomorrow, not when you feel ready, but now. Seneca wrote, "While we wait for life, life passes. So stop waiting, begin." This balance is hard. Some people rush without vision. Others dream without motion. The Stoic walks between, steady, focused, alive. So build your future with care. Think in decades. Save, learn, improve. But while you do, keep your feet planted in this day, this hour, this breath. Because this moment, it could be your last. And if it is, let your actions today honor that. Let your choices reflect a life that matters, now, not later. And if you do live forever, then your careful planning won't be wasted. Your patient discipline won't be in vain. So write the book that takes years. Plant the tree. Build the life brick by brick. But while you're building, live like you're on borrowed time. Because you are. Plan like you'll live forever. Act like you'll die tomorrow. And you'll live a life that's wise, urgent, and unforgettable. Number 75. Destroy your idols, including Stoicism. Even wisdom becomes a prison if you worship it. It starts with inspiration, a philosophy, a leader, a set of ideas that change you. They give you direction, clarity, strength. But over time, if you're not careful, what once guided you begins to own you. It becomes untouchable, unquestionable, an idol. The Stoic doesn't bow to anything, not even Stoicism itself. Marcus Aurelius didn't worship the philosophy he practiced. He questioned it. He refined it. He reminded himself daily, if something seems right, follow it, even if no one agrees, including the Stoics. Because truth doesn't belong to one school, one label, one set of quotes on a wall. When you idolize a system, you stop thinking for yourself. You quote instead of question. You protect instead of test. And slowly, you become a believer instead of a seeker. So destroy your idols. Tear down your heroes. Don't follow Seneca, Epictetus, or Marcus like saints. Follow their example. Seek truth, not titles. Challenge everything, including what you've built your identity on. Even this philosophy you're practicing now, burn it down if it stops serving what's real, if it becomes another badge, another ego trap, another set of rules you follow just to feel righteous. The goal isn't to be a perfect Stoic. The goal is to be free, to be honest, to live well. And sometimes that means walking away from what once saved you. So question Stoicism, laugh at it, break it, rebuild it. Keep only what's alive, what's useful, what strengthens your character and clears your mind. The rest, let it go. Because even the wisest words, if held too tightly, become chains. Destroy your idols, including Stoicism, and in that destruction, build something stronger, your own understanding, shaped by truth, not tradition. Number 76. Use philosophy to make life heavier, not lighter. Most people look to philosophy for comfort, for relief, for a way to make life easier, softer, more bearable. But that's not what philosophy is for, not Stoic philosophy. Stoicism isn't here to remove weight, it's here to help you carry it. Seneca didn't write to make pain go away. He wrote to prepare for it. Epictetus didn't speak about escaping difficulty. He spoke about meeting it, standing inside it, and remaining unbroken. The point of philosophy isn't to take life's burdens off your shoulders. It's to make you strong enough to carry more. So don't ask, how can this idea make me feel better? Ask, how can this idea make me better? Use philosophy to take more responsibility, not less. To face discomfort, not avoid it. To tell the truth when it costs you. To remain calm in storms. To suffer with dignity. To lead when it would be easier to walk away. Philosophy is a forge, not a pillow. It's meant to make you heavier, with responsibility, with purpose, with clarity. Heavier in presence, heavier in thought, heavier in how seriously you take your time on this earth. Because the Stoic doesn't float through life hoping to avoid pain, he walks forward knowing pain will come and prepares himself to meet it with strength. Let philosophy press on you. Let it demand more from you. Let it weigh down your excuses, your laziness, your ego. And through that weight, you'll become something solid. So when others use philosophy as an escape, you use it as a call to arms. Let it anchor you. Let it humble you. Let it turn your life into something real, something deliberate, something built on bedrock. Use philosophy to make life heavier, not lighter, and become the kind of person who carries what others drop. Number 77. Avoid moral superiority, even about Stoicism. Nothing rots the soul faster than pride disguised as virtue. It's easy to believe you're living better than others, that your discipline makes you wiser, that your philosophy makes you deeper, that because you read the Stoics, reflect daily,
rise early, or stay calm, you've figured something out that others haven't. But the moment you start thinking that way, you've lost the point entirely. Stoicism isn't a badge. It's not a weapon. It's not a platform to look down from. It's a practice, a hard one, a quiet one. And it's not supposed to make you feel above others. It's supposed to make you more honest with yourself. Marcus Aurelius was emperor of Rome, yet he reminded himself daily not to think he was more important than a farmer, a soldier, or a beggar. "You are a soul carrying a corpse," he wrote. "Nothing special, nothing superior, just another person trying to do right, in a world full of struggle." So check yourself. When you see someone emotional, undisciplined, distracted, do you feel compassion or quiet judgment? Do you think, "I've trained for this," or "I'm better than this"? There's a difference. The Stoic doesn't preach. He models. He leads with calm, not condescension. He knows that pride in virtue is just ego in disguise. Avoid the trap of becoming the wise one. Avoid the temptation to correct, to boast, to quote Marcus like scripture. Even this philosophy, when held too tightly, can become arrogance. Let others walk their path. Let them stumble, feel, speak, learn, just like you once did, just like you still do. And when you catch yourself feeling above, catch it fast, cut it off, replace it with humility, gratitude, curiosity, because we're all flawed, we're all learning, and no philosophy, Stoic or otherwise, gives anyone the right to look down on another human being. Avoid moral superiority, even about Stoicism, especially about Stoicism. Be the example, not the judge. Number 78. Study non-Stoic schools to stress test your beliefs. It's easy to stay inside the walls of your own philosophy, to read only what confirms what you already believe, to quote Marcus, Seneca, Epictetus, and stop there. But the Stoic knows untested beliefs are fragile, and comfort is not proof of truth. So step outside. Study the skeptics, study the cynics, read the Taoists, the Buddhists, the existentialists, study Nietzsche, Confucius, even those who would laugh at Stoicism. Not to abandon your path, but to strengthen it. A belief that can't survive pressure isn't a belief, it's a slogan. The Stoics didn't fear challenge, they welcomed it. They debated, they questioned, they rewrote their own thoughts when new ideas sharpened them. Even Marcus Aurelius, emperor of Rome, wrote not to defend Stoicism, but to refine himself through it. So treat your philosophy like a sword, test its edge, sharpen it with opposing steel. Ask yourself, would I still believe this if I were raised in another tradition? Would I hold this view if it cost me something? What if I'm wrong? Don't fear that question. Fear the day you stop asking it. Studying other schools doesn't make you disloyal. It makes you resilient. It clears out blind spots. It exposes assumptions. It humbles you. And sometimes it will change you. That's good. Let your beliefs evolve, not into something unrecognizable, but into something earned. You don't follow Stoicism because it's popular. You follow it because it's proven to you through reflection, through testing, through challenge. So keep studying, especially what makes you uncomfortable, especially what forces you to pause and reconsider. Because that pause, that friction, is where growth lives. Study non-Stoic schools, not to agree, not to convert, but to stretch, to strengthen, to see clearly. Let your philosophy be battle-tested, and let the truth, not comfort, be your guide. Number 79.
Use contradiction as sharpening stone. When someone challenges your beliefs, your instinct may be to defend, to tighten your grip, to argue. You feel threatened, not because they've harmed you, but because they've touched your certainty. And the ego doesn't like that. But the Stoic doesn't fear contradiction. He uses it. Contradiction is not an attack. It's a sharpening stone, a test, a mirror that shows you where your thinking still has cracks, where you've memorized but not understood, where you're rigid, not reasoned. Seneca said, "Time discovers truth." But sometimes so does disagreement. When someone opposes your view, don't flinch. Don't rush to prove them wrong. Pause. Ask, what do they see that I don't? What am I missing? What would I say if I were them? This isn't about backing down. It's about refining your clarity, strengthening your logic, deepening your understanding. Because truth doesn't fear pressure, it requires it. If your belief shatters at the first sign of challenge, it wasn't built on truth, it was built on comfort. So welcome contradiction. Seek it out. Read the opposite view. Listen to people you disagree with, not to win, but to learn. Let their words push against you. Let them expose your lazy thinking, your untested assumptions, your hidden biases. And when you stand firm, stand not because you refuse to bend, but because you chose your ground with care. Even your favorite Stoic writers contradicted each other. That didn't make them weak, it made them thinkers. You don't need perfect agreement, you need tested understanding. So the next time contradiction appears, don't see it as conflict, see it as sharpening. Let it scrape away what's unclear, dull, or unearned. Use contradiction as a sharpening stone, because a blade that's never tested is never trusted, and a mind that's never challenged is never wise. Number 80. Avoid truth addiction. Embrace uncertainty. We all crave certainty. A final answer, a solid ground to stand on. Something to say, this is it, this is how things are. But that craving can become a trap, an addiction to being right, to feeling sure, to wrapping the world in neat conclusions. The Stoic warns against this. Because life is not clean, it's not always clear. And the more you demand certainty, the more you suffer when it doesn't arrive. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If someone can prove me wrong and show me my mistake, I will gladly change." That is not the voice of someone addicted to his own truth. It is the voice of someone loyal to reality, even when it changes. So be careful. The more certain you are, the less open you become. The more attached you are to your answers, the less space you leave for learning. Avoid truth addiction. Embrace the phrase, "I don't know." Say it often. Say it freely. Not as a weakness, but as a strength. Because the one who admits uncertainty is the one who keeps growing. You don't need to fake confidence. You need to build clarity. And clarity only comes when you stop assuming that your current understanding is final. Let go of the need to have everything figured out. Let go of the pressure to always explain. Let go of the fear of changing your mind. The Stoic doesn't cling to truth like a possession. He follows it like a moving target, quiet, careful, steady. So ask more questions than you answer. Be skeptical of your own conclusions and hold your beliefs with a strong hand, but an open one. Certainty feels safe. But wisdom lives where things are still unclear. Avoid truth addiction. Embrace uncertainty, and grow in the space where the questions still live. Number 81. Fast past hunger. Feel the mental transformation. Hunger arrives like a whisper at first, a small discomfort, a signal. Then it grows louder, irritation, craving, restlessness. Most people obey it immediately. They rush to fill the emptiness, not because they need to, but because they've never questioned it. But the Stoic doesn't serve hunger. He studies it. He trains with it. He walks past it, on purpose. Fasting isn't just for the body, it's for the mind. It's a tool to show you how quickly you give in, how tightly you cling to comfort, how easily your thoughts are ruled by your stomach. Seneca practiced fasting to sharpen his discipline, not to punish himself, but to remind his body, "You don't command me, I command you." When you fast past hunger, something shifts. The noise settles, the panic fades, a new clarity rises. You begin to feel the difference between need and want, between physical weakness and mental strength. Hunger stops being a signal to panic. It becomes a place to observe. You learn to sit with discomfort, to breathe through it, to say, "Yes, I feel it," and "No, I don't need to react." This is the power of fasting, not in the absence of food, but in the presence of control. Go without for a while. Skip a meal, then skip another. Let your body protest. Let your thoughts race. And stay still. You'll find that your limits were imagined, that the real hunger wasn't for food, it was for control. And when you finally do eat, you don't take it for granted. You receive it with humility, with gratitude. You've reset your threshold for enough. So fast. Not to starve the body, but to feed the mind. Go past the first hunger, past the second. Wait until your clarity returns, and then eat with awareness, with discipline, with peace. Fast past hunger. Feel the mental transformation. Because when you stop reacting to every craving, you discover the person underneath, the one who is steady, focused, free. Number 82. End showers cold. It's a small act. A few seconds, a twist of the handle, but it carries the weight of a principle. Choose discomfort before it chooses you. The Stoics believed in preparing the body to train the mind. They didn't wait for life to get hard to learn how to endure. They practiced it, daily, deliberately. Ending your shower with cold water is not about toughness. It's about discipline. You're standing in warmth. It's easy to stay. It's tempting to linger. But you make a choice. Turn toward the thing you don't want. That's Stoicism in action. You're not doing it for health hacks. You're doing it because your comfort is not in charge. You are. Seneca wrote, "Set aside a certain number of days, during which you shall be content with the scantiest and cheapest fare." Why? To test your edge. To remember that luxury is not necessity. That comfort is not your master. The cold is a teacher. It shocks the system. It sharpens your breath. And more importantly, it reveals your resistance. That flicker of hesitation, that voice that says, "Maybe not today," that's the voice you're training to ignore. So each morning, after the warmth, turn the dial. Breathe through the shock. Stand still. Stay calm. Say nothing. Not to prove anything to the world, but to prove something to yourself. I can choose hard things. It doesn't need to be long. 10 seconds, 20. That's enough. Enough to remind your mind who's in charge. Because if you can embrace cold water when every cell says no, you'll be stronger when real discomfort comes. When life throws cold moments your way, you'll already be trained. So end your showers cold. not for the thrill, not for the trend, but for the quiet strength it builds. A cold finish, a calm breath, a clear signal. I do what's hard, on purpose. Number 83. Use physical discomfort to locate your psychological resistance. Pain has a voice, discomfort has direction. When your body aches, trembles, tightens, something deeper is often speaking through it, and the Stoic listens. Physical discomfort is not just about the body, it's a doorway to the mind. That sharp breath in a cold shower, the fire in your legs during a long walk, the strain of holding a position just a few seconds longer, these are not just physical tests, they're psychological mirrors. They reveal your limits, your fears, your mental habits, where you panic, where you quit, where you doubt. Most people feel discomfort and stop. The Stoic feels it and looks closer. Why did I tense up? Why did I want to quit? Why did I feel anger, fear, frustration? What belief rose with this pain? Marcus Aurelius faced illness, fatigue, aging, but he always asked, "Is this in my control?" And if it wasn't, he trained his mind to meet it with reason, not reaction. You can do the same. Start with the body, push it gently, hold a difficult pose, run further than usual, take the cold, go without, feel where the mind wants to escape, and don't, not yet. Stay. Observe the discomfort, name the thoughts. I'm not strong enough. This will never end. I can't take it. These thoughts are not from your muscles, they're from your mind. And when you learn to meet discomfort with stillness, those thoughts lose their power. You find new space, space between pain and panic, between sensation and surrender. And in that space, you grow. This is why the Stoic welcomes discomfort, not to suffer, but to uncover. Because what the body feels, the mind reflects. And what the mind resists, the body holds. So use the discomfort. Follow it inward. Let it show you what still needs training, not just physically, but mentally. Use physical discomfort to locate your psychological resistance. That's where your real work begins. Number 83. Use physical discomfort to locate your psychological resistance. Pain has a voice, not just in the body, but in the mind. When you feel cold, tired, sore, or hungry, your body speaks first. But listen closely. It's not just your muscles complaining, it's your mind resisting. The Stoic trains himself to hear both. That tightness in your chest during a hard workout, it's not just physical, it's your fear of failing. That urge to quit when you're tired, it's not just fatigue, it's your need for control. That rush of frustration in the cold, in the heat, in the stillness, it's not the environment, it's your ego. Physical discomfort becomes a mirror, a way to see what you still run from, what you still cling to, what makes you angry, impatient, weak. Seneca said, "Throw me to the wolves, and I will return leading the pack." But how? Through exposure, through practice, through using the body as a tool to train the mind. So next time you're in pain, don't just endure it. Study it. Ask, what am I really resisting? What belief is being challenged? Your body becomes a testing ground. The ice bath shows you your breath. The run shows you your excuses. The ache shows you your limits, most of which are mental. Use discomfort with intention. Sit in it. Move through it. Let it reveal what's hiding. Not all suffering is useful, but chosen discomfort, that's a compass. It points directly at what you still fear, still avoid, still need to conquer. Use physical discomfort to locate your psychological resistance. And once you see it clearly, you can begin to let it go. Number 84. Walk barefoot when possible. Reawaken sensitivity. Modern life has padded everything. Cushioned shoes, soft floors, screens that numb, comfort that dulls. We no longer feel the world, we float above it. But the Stoic knows sensitivity is strength. Connection sharpens awareness. So walk barefoot, on grass, on stone, on cold tile. Not to prove anything, not for show, but to remember what the ground feels like, to reconnect with the earth that carries you. Your feet were made to feel the heat, the cold, the rough, the smooth. When you walk barefoot, you awaken something primal. You slow down, you notice, you become present. Each step becomes a meditation, each texture a message. It's not about toughness, it's about awareness. The Stoics sought clarity in everything. They believed the body could train the mind. Walking barefoot teaches presence, teaches humility. You feel smaller, more human, more awake. Do it often, quietly, without needing a reason. Let it remind you, I am here, I am alive, I am not separate from the world, I walk within it. Walk barefoot when possible. Reawaken sensitivity, reclaim attention, and let every step bring you closer to stillness. Number 85. Treat your body like a soldier, not a celebrity. Your body is not a decoration. It's not here to be adored, admired, pampered, or displayed. It's a tool, a servant, a vehicle for action, discipline, and purpose. And if you treat it like a celebrity, catering to every craving, guarding it from discomfort, obsessing over how it looks, you weaken it. The Stoic treats the body like a soldier. It wakes when called. It endures what's necessary. It trains in silence. It serves the mission, not the mirror. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that the body is just flesh, blood, breath, and bones. Temporary, fragile, not something to idolize, but something to command. This doesn't mean neglect it. It means respect it, strengthen it, but never worship it. Feed it to fuel, not to indulge. Move it to stay ready, not just to sculpt. Let it get tired, sore, challenged. Teach it that it can go further than it wants to, that it's not in charge, you are. Most people wait until the body screams before they listen. The Stoic listens when it whispers, trains before weakness, disciplines before decay. And when pain comes, and it will, the Stoic doesn't whine. He doesn't ask for pity. He reminds himself, this body is not who I am. It's what I've been given to carry out my duty. So strip away vanity. Strip away comfort. Stop obsessing over how it looks. Start focusing on what it can do. Can it hold the line when your mind wants to quit? Can it stay steady in cold, in hunger, in fatigue? That's the real test. Your body is not a celebrity. It doesn't need applause. It needs orders. So treat it like a soldier. Train it, command it, honor it, not with luxury, but with purpose. Because a soft body makes a soft mind. And you were not made to be soft. You were made to endure, to act, to serve something greater than comfort. Treat your body like a soldier, and it will carry you like one. Number 86. Sweat daily to purify thoughts. The body holds the mind. And when the body is still for too long, soft, idle, unmoved, the mind becomes cloudy. Thoughts stack up, emotions linger, anxiety settles. You begin to think too much and act too little. But the Stoic knows the cure: sweat. Not for appearance, not for vanity, for clarity, for release, for discipline. Sweating is a form of cleansing, not just of the body, but of the mind. When you push yourself physically, something happens. The chatter quiets. The overthinking fades. You return to breath, to rhythm, to now. Seneca wrote about training both body and mind, even in discomfort. He knew that physical effort sharpens mental focus. That motion creates space. That sweat washes away what thought alone cannot. So move, every day. Walk, lift, run, stretch, strain. Let your muscles burn. Let your breath deepen. Let the resistance teach you. The goal is not fitness, it's freedom. The kind that comes when your mind stops spiraling and starts flowing. Don't wait for motivation. Make it ritual. Make it non-negotiable. You don't need a gym, just space, just effort, just intention. And when you sweat, do it with awareness. Feel the tension leaving. Feel the frustration break apart. Feel your mind clearing with each drop. You don't need to understand every thought. You need to move through them. Sweat daily, not to chase a body, but to clean the mind, to sharpen the spirit, to remind yourself, I am alive, I am capable, I am not stuck, because a still mind lives inside a moving body. So pick up something heavy, push your limits, let the sweat fall, and when you're done, you'll find the answers are quieter, simpler, cleaner. Sweat daily to purify thoughts. Let effort become your therapy. Let motion become your meditation. Number 87. Practice silence during physical pain. Pain comes for everyone. A pulled muscle, an aching joint, a sudden sickness, a wound that burns, stings, tightens the breath. The body cries out, and the mind follows, often louder, complaining, grumbling, shouting for comfort, demanding attention. But the Stoic trains differently. He practices silence in pain, not to be dramatic, not to prove toughness, but to master the space between sensation and speech, to build control, to say with stillness, I feel this, but it does not rule me. Epictetus walked with a limp for life, his leg twisted by a cruel master. He said nothing, not because he didn't feel pain, but because he understood. To cry out is to give pain more power. Silence, by contrast, is a shield. When you're in pain, your first instinct is to react, to groan, to swear, to reach for sympathy. That's natural, but not necessary. Each noise, each complaint reinforces the belief that pain is unbearable. But it isn't. It's just there. So practice silence. Next time you stub your toe, lift something heavy, feel your body strain, go inward. Say nothing. Breathe. Observe. Watch the sensation rise, crest, fade. This is not about pretending the pain isn't real. It's about proving that you are stronger than the noise it wants to create. Most people leak strength through their mouths. They give away their calm with every word of complaint. The Stoic contains it. He absorbs. He holds the line. Try it during a workout, during illness, during cold. Let the discomfort speak, but do not answer. Let others flinch and yell. You remain steady, not numb, grounded. Pain becomes a teacher in silence. It shows you your edge, and it shows you how far you can go beyond it without panic, without drama. So when the pain comes, and it always will, don't fill the room with sound. Fill yourself with presence. Practice silence during physical pain. Let it sharpen your will and leave your dignity untouched. Number 88. Sleep with little. Wake with intention. You don't need the perfect mattress, the blackout curtains, the luxury, the ritual of comfort before bed. The Stoic trains to rest with less, not out of punishment, but to remember, I don't need much to recover. I need discipline. Sleep is not an escape, it's a reset, a time to recharge, not indulge. Seneca wrote, "We should sleep as if it were a task, not a surrender." That means going to bed without delay, without excess, without dragging comfort with you. Sleep on the floor sometimes, skip the pillow, limit the hours, not to harm the body, but to prove you can rest without luxury. And then, wake with purpose. Don't stumble into the day. Don't grab your phone. Don't drift. Wake knowing what matters. Before you sleep, decide your first act. Write it. Remember it. And when morning comes, rise and do it. Sleep with little. Wake with intention. Because the way you end the day shapes your next beginning, and the way you wake determines the strength you carry through the hours that follow. Number 89. Deny luxuries when they come easiest. It's easy to resist what you don't have. It's harder to resist what's already in your hand. When luxury is scarce, self-control feels natural, but when it's right in front of you, paid for, offered, praised, that's when the real test begins. The Stoic doesn't wait until he's desperate to practice discipline. He denies comfort when it's most available to prove to himself, I am not owned by what I can afford. Seneca was one of the wealthiest men in Rome. He had access to anything, fine food, silk robes, villas, wine. But he regularly slept on the ground, ate coarse bread, wore rough clothes. Why? Because he knew. If you can't say no to luxury when it's easy, you'll be destroyed when it's taken from you. That's the danger. Comfort becomes expected. Softness becomes your default. And the more you indulge, the more fragile you become. So practice the opposite. When your favorite food is offered, say no. When you have time to indulge, choose effort. When the path is smooth, walk the harder way. Not every time, but often enough to stay sharp. This isn't punishment, it's protection. It's a reminder that luxury is a choice, not a necessity. Skip the treat. Walk past the upgrade. Let someone else take the better seat. Not because you hate pleasure, but because you don't depend on it. Because if you always say yes, then luxury is in control. If you can say no, then you are. This is the heart of Stoic training, voluntary hardship. Not to suffer, but to stay free. So when the good things come, pause. Ask, do I want this or do I expect it? Will this make me better or just softer? Then walk away, not to prove anything to others, but to remind something deep inside. I still have command. Deny luxuries when they come easiest, and you'll never fear losing them. Number 90. Use physical fatigue to test moral clarity. When you're rested, fed, and comfortable, it's easy to be calm, easy to be kind, easy to stick to your values. But what about when you're tired, hungry, sore, sleep-deprived? That's when the real test begins. Not of your strength, but of your character. The Stoics knew virtue doesn't mean much when it's convenient. It means everything when it's difficult. Physical fatigue strips away the mask. It exposes what's underneath.
Are you still patient when your body aches? Are you still honest when you're low on energy? Do you still act with discipline when your tank is empty? Most people snap. They make excuses. They say, "I was just tired." But the Stoic doesn't use fatigue to justify weakness. He uses it to reveal it. Marcus Aurelius faced long nights, constant responsibility, and physical strain, and still asked himself, what is the right thing to do right now? Not the easy thing, not the thing that matched his mood, the right thing. So try this. Train when you're tired, serve when you'd rather rest, stay quiet when your body wants to lash out. Do what's just, not because you feel good, but because it's who you are, regardless of how you feel. Let your exhaustion be the fire that burns away false virtue. Because if your values vanish when comfort leaves, they were never yours. They were borrowed. True moral clarity shows up when your defenses are down, when the voice in your head says, "It doesn't matter right now," and you calmly answer, "It matters most now." So embrace fatigue. Don't avoid it. Let it test you. Let it teach you. Let it show you where your character still bends under pressure. Use physical fatigue to test moral clarity. Because when you can stay true to your principles in weakness, you're truly strong. Number 91. Meditate on how forgettable you are. One day after you die, someone will speak your name. A few days later, someone might remember something you said. A few years more, and even that will fade. Your face will blur. Your achievements, your titles, your routines, gone, forgotten. And that truth, far from being tragic, should set you free. The Stoics meditated on death, yes, but also on obscurity, on how quickly the world moves on how little any of this really sticks. Marcus Aurelius, Emperor of Rome, wrote in his journal, "Soon you will have forgotten all things. Soon all things will have forgotten you." He didn't say this with sadness. He said it with peace. When you realize how forgettable you are, you stop chasing legacy. You stop needing to impress. You stop performing life like it's being recorded. You begin to live now, for the sake of now. You start doing the right thing, not because it will be remembered, but because it's right. You show kindness without expecting recognition. You build discipline not for applause, but because it strengthens your soul. You become humble, quiet, free. You stop worrying about how many followers, how many views, how many people know who you are, because in the end, none of it will matter. All that will remain is your inner life, the kind of person you were when no one was watching. So take time to meditate on this. Close your eyes, picture your name being forgotten, your face erased, your story untold, and ask, what still matters? The answer will be simple: your virtues, your choices, your peace of mind. Not the echo, but the act. So don't fear being forgettable. Use it. Let it humble your ego. Let it sharpen your purpose. Let it quiet the noise. Meditate on how forgettable you are, and in doing so you may finally remember what truly matters. Number 92. Journal as if no one will ever read it, then burn it. Most people write to be understood, to sound wise, to record something worth remembering. But the Stoic journals for something else: clarity, not for the world, but for himself. Your journal is not a performance, it's a mirror, a place to speak truth without fear, without filter, without flattery. And sometimes the only way to write that truth is to know you'll burn it. Write what you truly think, not what you should think, not what sounds noble, not what Marcus would say, what you feel.
your fear, your guilt, your weakness, your contradiction, your confusion. Get it on the page, all of it. Be brutally honest, because the page doesn't care and no one will see it. That's the point. Seneca wrote letters to himself. Marcus wrote thoughts he never meant to publish. That's why their words still ring true. They weren't trying to impress. They were trying to understand. And when the writing's done, burn it. Why? Because it trains you to detach from the ego that wants to keep it, from the image that wants to protect it, from the temptation to turn reflection into identity. Burning the page says, this was a tool, not a trophy. It reminds you, clarity is the reward, not memory, not legacy, not proof. Try it for a week. 1 page each day, nothing poetic, nothing polished, just you and the truth. Then light a match, let it go. This is journaling as a Stoic, raw, honest, free. Journal as if no one will ever read it, then burn it. And walk away lighter, clearer, stronger. Number 93. Observe others die slowly. Prepare yourself inwardly. There is a quiet truth that many avoid. Death does not always come suddenly. Sometimes it arrives in slow steps, through illness, aging, or quiet decline. And in those moments, when you witness someone you love or simply know fade day by day, the Stoic does not turn away. He watches, he learns, he prepares, not coldly, not without feeling, but with full awareness. Because in another's dying, we see our own future reflected back to us, raw, stripped of illusion. Seneca wrote, "Let us prepare our minds as if we'd come to the very end." And there is no better preparation than bearing witness to the end of another, silently, inwardly, soberly. To see a hand grow weaker, a voice become faint, a once sharp mind forget names, days, years. This is not cruelty. This is reality. And to deny it is to live in illusion. But when you sit with it, without distraction, without escape, you become different. You stop pretending you are outside of death. You stop wasting time. You stop taking health, presence, people for granted. You begin to live with urgency, not panic, with depth, not fear. When others die slowly, observe not only their decline, but your reaction. Do you feel fear, guilt, resistance? Let that discomfort sharpen your awareness. Let it lead you inward, not into despair, but into readiness. Say to yourself, this too is part of life. And one day it will be me. Let me watch. Let me learn. Let me be awake. This is not morbid. It is sacred. To witness the fading of a life is to be entrusted with a reminder most run from. So do not look away. Stay present. Offer quiet support. Offer presence. And within yourself, begin your own preparation, not with dread, but with dignity. Observe others die slowly, not to detach from emotion, but to deepen your relationship with truth. And prepare, not outwardly, but inwardly, with grace, with courage, with calm, because death is not the enemy. Unpreparedness is. Number 94. Envision how the world would go on without you. You are not the center, not of the world, not of your work, not even of your family. It feels like you are, because your life is all you've ever known. But the Stoic steps back and asks, what would happen if I were gone today? The answer is simple. The world would continue. The sun would rise. The streets would fill. People would laugh.
cry, struggle, build, eat, argue, and go to sleep without you. And that thought isn't meant to depress you. It's meant to free you. Because when you truly understand how small you are, you stop trying so hard to be important. You stop clinging to control. You stop needing recognition, attention, legacy. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "Soon you will have forgotten everything. Soon everything will have forgotten you." That wasn't despair. That was clarity. You don't need to be remembered to have lived well. You don't need to be irreplaceable to be valuable. Your duty is not to be needed, but to be honest, present, and useful while you're here. So picture it. Imagine the projects continuing, the emails being answered, the people grieving, then laughing again. Imagine life without you, and watch your ego dissolve. Suddenly, your priorities sharpen, the petty worries fall away, the craving for approval fades. You realize, my role is to serve, not to be idolized, to contribute, not to control, to act rightly, not to be remembered forever. Envisioning life without you isn't morbid, it's liberating. It humbles you, grounds you, reminds you that your time is borrowed and your task is simple, to live today well and then step aside with grace when the time comes. Envision how the world would go on without you, and let that truth make you lighter, kinder, freer. Number 95. Read obituaries daily. Study what matters. Open the newspaper. Scroll the headlines. Find the names of those who just left this world. People you never met. Lives you never touched. Read their stories, quietly, respectfully, and let their endings teach you how to live. This is not a ritual of sadness. It's a ritual of clarity. Obituaries are not about death. They are about what remains after death. A paragraph, a sentence, a few chosen words that attempt to capture a lifetime. And in those words, you'll find what truly mattered. Not their possessions, not their titles, not their social media followers. What remains? Acts of kindness, quiet strength, a role played in a family, loyalty, integrity, the way they made others feel, the pain they endured without bitterness, the lessons they left behind. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, you could leave life right now. But how often do we forget? How often do we move through the day like we are promised decades? Reading obituaries breaks that illusion gently. It reminds you, time is short, legacy is small, but impact, real impact, lives in the quiet moments of virtue. Read them daily. Let the words pierce your distractions. Let them ask you, if I were gone today, what would be written? Who would I have helped? What would I have stood for? Use them as a compass, a filter, a mirror. Not to measure yourself in guilt, but in truth. Are you spending your days chasing things that won't even make the final paragraph? Are you investing in what will vanish or what will endure? This practice doesn't require hours, just attention, just humility, just 5 minutes of seeing life from its endpoint and tracing it backward. Read obituaries daily, not to fear death, but to study life, to study what's left when everything else is stripped away, because there, in black ink, is the real Stoic curriculum. And in the space between their ending and your next breath, you have the chance to live on purpose. Number 96. Ask what will still matter in 500 years. You're upset. Someone offended you. You missed an opportunity. You're behind. You're unsure. The pressure feels real, heavy, urgent. But stop. Zoom out. Ask yourself, will this still matter in 500 years? Not 5 days, not 5 years, 5 centuries. Most of what stresses you now, the argument, the status, the small embarrassment, the loss of praise, won't even be a footnote in history. It'll vanish like smoke, forgotten by everyone, including you. The Stoics used this lens constantly. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, all things fade into myth, and quickly too. He ruled an empire, yet saw himself as dust passing through time. That's not negativity, that's perspective. When you think in centuries, your emotions shrink, your pride softens, your mind clears. You begin to see what does matter: virtue, integrity, how you treat others, the habits you build, the values you pass down, the impact of your choices, not on your image, but on the human story. Truth will matter. Courage will matter. Compassion will matter. Quiet discipline will matter. But your follower count, your convenience, your discomfort in a single moment of hardship? Forgotten. So when life feels loud, ask the question, 500 years from now, will this moment deserve my energy? If yes, act with strength. If no, let it go. Because thinking in centuries doesn't detach you from life, it sharpens it. It reminds you to live by eternal values, not temporary emotions. Ask what will still matter in 500 years, and live like someone whose life is part of a much longer story. Number 97. Burn a memento of a past identity. You've been many versions of yourself: the overthinker, the people pleaser, the one who stayed silent, the one who needed praise, the one who chased things that no longer matter. That person got you here, but you're not meant to stay them forever. The Stoic knows holding on to who you were keeps you from becoming who you must be. So choose something. A photo, a certificate, a journal entry, an old outfit, a symbol of who you used to be. Hold it. Remember that version of yourself, honestly, but without sentimentality. Then let it go, literally, physically. Burn it. Feel the weight of it. Feel the resistance. That's your ego clinging to an expired identity. That's your past whispering, "Keep me alive." But you don't owe it anything. Seneca said, "Every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end." And endings need to be marked, not in anger, not in regret, but with clarity. Burning the memento is not about forgetting, it's about releasing. It's a declaration. That version of me served its time, but I am not bound to it anymore. And in the fire, you'll feel something strange. Grief, maybe. Relief, definitely. A clearing of space. Because transformation is not clean. It requires letting go of stories, attachments, roles. The Stoic doesn't drag dead weight. He walks forward, lighter, sharper. So burn something real, something that carries the energy of an old version of you. Watch it turn to ash, and as it does, say silently, "That was me. But I am becoming something else now." This is not about drama, it's about decision. You can't carry old armor into new battles. You can't wear outdated names in a present shaped by truth. Burn a memento of a past identity, and let the smoke rise like a signal to your future self. I'm ready. Number 98. Practice ghosting yourself. Be silent in groups. You enter the room and feel the pull. Speak up, contribute, be seen, be clever. You want to belong, you want to matter. But the Stoic doesn't measure presence by volume. He knows silence can be more powerful than words. So practice this.
Ghost yourself. In the next group conversation, say less or nothing, not out of fear, but discipline. Observe without inserting. Listen without waiting to speak. Let others take the space. Let yourself disappear. Feel the discomfort rise. Am I invisible? Do they think I'm unimportant? Let those thoughts pass. That's your ego burning off. Because silence is not absence. It's awareness. It's strength under control. Epictetus said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." The Stoic listens to understand, not to respond. He isn't silent because he's unsure. He's silent because he's watching. In groups, people reveal themselves, their desires, their insecurities, their wisdom, their noise. But you can only see that if you're quiet long enough. Ghosting yourself trains humility. It loosens your attachment to being the interesting one, the leader, the clever mind. It helps you let go of identity and return to awareness. And when you do speak, your words will carry more weight, because they come from stillness, not from the need to be heard. Practice this once a week. Sit in a group. Say nothing unless absolutely necessary. And after, reflect. What did you see that you wouldn't have if you'd been speaking? What did you learn about others, about yourself? This is not about hiding, it's about sharpening. So ghost yourself, not to disappear from the world, but to better understand it. Practice silence in the presence of noise, and find the kind of clarity only the quiet can give. Number 99. Train to emotionally detach from your reflection. You see your face every day, mirrors, selfies, screens, and with every glance, a quiet judgment forms. Do I look tired? Do I look strong? Do I look enough? What begins as awareness turns into attachment, and soon your sense of self is tied to the shape of your nose, the glow of your skin, the expression you wear. But the Stoic asks, is that who you are? Your reflection is an image, just light, just surface. Yet how easily it rules your emotions. A good hair day makes you confident. A blemish makes you hide. A wrinkle makes you worry. That's not strength. That's dependence on appearance. So train for something better, detachment. Look at your reflection as if you're observing someone else. Neutral, still, with no story, no craving, no pride, no shame, just a face, a temporary shell. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "You are a soul carrying a corpse." Not to insult the body, but to free himself from identifying as it. Practice this daily. Stand in front of the mirror. Look at yourself, really look, and feel nothing. No praise, no criticism, just presence. If judgment arises, note it like a passing cloud. That's vanity. That's insecurity. Let it pass. You're not denying your appearance, you're stepping beyond it. You're reminding yourself, I am not this face. I am not this reflection. I am the one who chooses how to live, no matter what stares back. This practice builds calm. It breaks the ego's grip. It makes you resilient in a world that profits from your insecurity. Detach, not with hate, but with peace. You don't need to love your reflection. You don't need to hate it either. You need to see it without letting it define you. Train to emotionally detach from your reflection, because the mirror should reflect your body, not own your mind. Number 100. Pretend today is your last, but act like your legacy matters. You could die today. That's not a threat. It's a truth. One the Stoics carried close, not to feel fear, but to feel urgency, to strip away delay, hesitation, ego. Because if today is your last, there's no time left for nonsense. So live like it. Say what needs to be said. Cut what doesn't belong. Forgive what's still burning inside you. Do the one thing you keep putting off. Not someday, now. But here's the paradox. While you live as if this day is your last, you must act like your legacy will last forever. What you do today echoes beyond you. Someone's watching. Someone will inherit the ripple. Your child, your friend, a stranger. The way you move through this day could become part of someone else's foundation. So you hold both truths. 1. This could be the final sunrise you ever see. 2. Your actions may shape lives long after you're gone. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Live not as though you had 1,000 years ahead. Fate hangs over you. While you live, while it is in your power, be good." And that's the balance. Urgency without panic. Legacy without ego. You don't need to leave monuments. You need to leave meaning. And meaning is built in the quiet decisions. Showing up, doing right, standing firm, being kind. So ask yourself each morning, if this is the last page of my life, what would I write on it? And ask again at night, if someone reads this page 100 years from now, will they feel strength from it? Pretend today is your last, so you waste nothing. Act like your legacy matters, so you give everything. That is the Stoic's path, present, powerful, unshaken, remembered. You've just walked through 100 Stoic laws, not soft inspiration, but sharp reminders, tools, weapons, warnings. They weren't meant to make you feel good. They were meant to wake you up. From rejecting comfort, silence in pain, facing death with stillness, to letting go of ego, of labels, of applause. You've now seen what it means to live on purpose, to stop reacting, to start choosing. Every law was a mirror, and maybe, somewhere in there, you saw your next step. Now here's your final task. Leave a comment with the law that hit you the hardest. Not the one that sounded nice, the one that made you pause, that challenged you, that made your ego twitch. Write it down. Own it. That comment is not for us. It's a contract with yourself. And if this changed something in you, if it made you reflect or made you uncomfortable in the best way, subscribe. This channel is not for noise, it's for sharpening minds. Yours, mine, all of us on the path. Now go live it, silently, powerfully, stoically.